Hit send so you can start now if you want. Unless you want to wait like 1 minute. Okay. I just sent, Brandon, I just sent it out. It went up, okay.
Good afternoon. It's Monday, May 4th, 2026, and we're at Carmel City Hall. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order at 3:06 p.m. Thank you for your patience. We got started a little late today because of the Zoom link, but we're ready to go now. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Byrne?
Here.
Councilmember Booter?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Dramov? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. This meeting will be held in person and via teleconference, and the public is welcome to attend the meeting in person or remotely via Zoom or on the city's YouTube page. However, the meeting will proceed as normal, even if there are technical difficulties accessing Zoom. The city will do its best to resolve any technical issues as quickly as possible. Nova, would you please read the public comments information?
Yes. The public may give comment at this meeting in person or use the Zoom teleconference module, provided there's access to Zoom during the meeting. Zoom comments will be taken after the in-person comments. During special city council meetings, public comments are permitted on items listed on the agenda. After each item on the agenda is introduced, the mayor will invite public comment on that item. Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak unless otherwise adjusted by the mayor. While stating your name is optional, it helps to identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Thank you. So it's that time of year when we have a large number of items on the agenda, as everybody's seen. It's appreciated if everyone could keep their comments tight, and if you agree with the previous speaker's comments, please indicate so to keep the meeting moving along. The council will be taking a 30-minute break at approximately 6:30 p.m., but it could be a little bit before or a little bit after that as things progress. So now we're going to move to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require individual action. I'll ask if any council member or member of the public wishes to pull any item for separate discussion. Any council people?
Yes, the minutes, item number 1.
Okay, good. Any others? I'd like to pull item 2 for a comment only. How about anybody from the public? Would anybody like to pull one? Seeing none, I'll look for a,
I move to approve the consent agenda, items 3 and 4.
all right, roll call, please.
Do you need a second?
Second.
Roll call, please. That was quick.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we'll go to item 1. Jeff, do you have a comment on that?
No, I have a correction.
Okay.
On page 16 of the packet, these are the city council regular meeting minutes from April 7th, 2026. And at the top of the page, it says page 6 of 7. So presumably that's the page of the minutes in the packet is on page 16. And there was a motion by me, Councilmember Byrne, directing staff to remain with ballot language for a TOT measure. And the ayes list Byrne and Booter and do not list Delves and Dramov. And I would really like that to be corrected and brought back.
Sure.
So can we just bring that back?
Yeah, we'll bring that back next time for
Okay.
approval.
Do you want to do that tomorrow, or do you want to just,
Brian, can we bring it back tomorrow? Continue to a date certain tomorrow?
Well, it wouldn't be on the agenda for tomorrow, but what we could do is continue this special meeting till tomorrow. And
just bring it back
and
next
just,
We'll bring it back next month.
Just next month is fine.
All right, good catch, Jeff.
Thanks.
So on item 2, I'd just like to commend Monterey Fire for achieving a 98% service level for under 5-minute response times. And there was only one call over 5 minutes for a code 3, which is pretty outstanding. This includes 5 calls under 2-minute response time. And although it isn't the report, I heard that we achieved a significant payment for AMR last month, which is good news. So good job, everybody. Outstanding service level from our fire department. That's all. So I guess we can vote for item 2. You want a motion?
I move to approve item number 2 on the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, now we're moving to orders of business. These are agenda items that require city council discussion, debate, direction to staff, and/or action. Item number 5 is Vista Lobos electric panel upgrade and EV charging stations, Resolution 2026-024. This is a resolution authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with the GA Technical Services, Inc. in the amount of $295,829 for the Vista Lobos electric panel upgrade and EV charging stations project for a total not to exceed amount of $350,000. I guess we'll be getting a staff report from Val. Good afternoon.
So members, Tom and I have been working together on this project since the beginning of the year to try and get it to completion. It was started by Bob and Javier quite some time ago. And we're excited to bring this agenda item to council. The lowest bidder is a company out of San Bernardino area, and they have many years of experience with municipal electrical and fiber optics projects. The proposal is totally in-house, so they won't have any subs. They had references from the city of West Hollywood and the Brea Department of Transportation and San Bernardino Community College, and in particular, the West Hollywood reference only had really good things to say about them, that they didn't nickel and dime, and they completed projects, and they complete projects that other contractors failed to complete. So I also spoke with the owner of the company, and it sounds like a relatively small project for them. So we are, right now, we pre-ordered some of the equipment to save some time because some of the electrical equipment has like months-long lead times. And we did get an update that the last piece of equipment would arrive in September. So it puts it off a little bit longer than we hoped, but looks like it could, assuming that the council approves this contract, that we'd be able to be online and charging cars by late fall.
All right, good. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any questions from the council?
I do. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for that presentation. I just have 2 quick questions. Do you know when the Sunset Center lot upgrade is going to be done? Because that was part of the original group and then it got pushed back a couple years.
The upgrade, can you clarify a panel upgrade or EV charging station?
I believe it was both, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, actually Brandon, we had a conversation about this recently, where we do have a preliminary plan in place, but it probably requires more explanation at a later date. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Sunset Center one is a little bit more nuanced because we have to decide how the city wants to go down the road of either, like when you buy solar panels for a house, you can either pay for them all yourself and get all the rewards, or you go through a third-party vendor and they do the setup and you don't make as much money. So we need to have that conversation internally and bring that to council. And then it also dovetails in with potential work at the retaining wall and that's parking lot as well. So we're not quite there at that point yet, but we wanted to get to this project up at Vista Lobos now.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question is, just in case people don't know, how much does the city charge users, members of the public, to be able to charge the electric vehicles at those lots?
Well, we had been historically charging less than what we pay for electricity, so we moved it to be about the same. So it's essentially the same cost as it cost us. We can just set those charging prices. So I think when they're up online or closer to that time, decide how we want to set those rates. And you can also, we should be able to set the rates depending on the user. So a user can have a particular code that they can put in. So maybe they're an employee or, a police car or something like that. They can charge at a different rate than the public.
Okay, so would that be something that comes back to us as a council?
Yeah.
At a later date? Okay, thanks for that.
Any other questions?
I had just a quick clarification on some of the numbers involved. So it looks like it's $295,000.
Yeah.
There was reference to like $200,000 of work from PG&E.
Yeah.
That PG&E is going to cover, but that's on top. That's just sort of separate, right?
That is separate. So that Rule 29, there's sort of two projects happening. One is the panel upgrade for the building, and then adding a couple slower chargers onto that line. And then the other one that is the transformer upgrade, that is free through PG&E. We signed a contract with them 4 years ago. That's the $200,000 that they're gonna spend. And that is supposed to be for only EV charging. And so another cost that you might want to understand in the bid is that also includes the price of the chargers themselves. And the level 2 chargers aren't too expensive, but the level 3 charger is pretty expensive. So I mean, that.
And there's like $150,000 rebate from Central Coast Community Energy.
Yeah.
And we've already spent $64,000 on this, so I did the math and I was like, is it $216,000? I'm trying to figure out how much we're actually into it for net at the end of the day.
Well, including what PG&E's pay for? No. Okay. Including just what we spent so far on design?
Well, there's $295, and then we're getting $150 back, right?
Yeah.
And then we already spent 64. So is it basically, is the math basically 295 minus 150 plus the 64?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like a $215,000 project.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll take it out to the public for comments, questions. Seeing none, we'll bring it back for discussion with the council. That's a good question.
There's no hands raised on Zoom. But there's 3 people there.
Okay, good. Somebody made it. Anybody have any discussion points? All right, we're looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-024.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne,
Yes.
Councilmember Booter,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves.
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov,
Yes.
Mayor Byrne,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to item 6, Janitorial Services Agreement, Resolution 2026-025. This item is a resolution authorizing the city administrator to award a janitorial services agreement with Bright Building Maintenance with an initial term of 5 years beginning in fiscal year 2026 to 27, with a base fee of $327,000 plus $6,000 supplemental services budget. And we have a staff report from Mr. Ford.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, and public. My name is Tom Ford. Wanted to start with some context on this. Our current contract for our janitorial services is with PureServe. They've been with us for about a decade, servicing our facilities, our restrooms, and their contract is ending. We had already extended it for 6 months, in the prior 6 months, to allow us some time to go out and release a request for proposals. Essentially, periodically, we want to update, give vendors the opportunity to provide services in the competitive market. So after a 10-year time frame, there was time for that to happen. So staff had released the RFP, our request for proposals, in November of 2025 for a 5-year base contract, which would expire June 30th, 2031, with up to 5 possible 1-year extensions. So this presumably could be up to a 10-year contract. We received six proposals. And over the course of about a half dozen meetings, we evaluated them based on their relevant experience, local familiarity, technical understanding and approach, quality, completeness, past performance. The two highest scoring firms were Bright Building Maintenance and Universal Building Services. There's a chart in our staff report there, which lists the bids that were submitted or the proposals that were submitted. These two companies were both in top two of the top three least expensive firms. Now, there is a price disparity between both of those two firms. $327,000 was Bright Building Maintenance, $222,000 was Universal Building Services. After our meetings, they were relatively close, but couple of things had set Bright Building Maintenance apart that ultimately led to us recommending us to award the contract to them. They have local proximity. They're based in Salinas. They have existing staffing levels that do not require additional hiring, and many other of the companies did require additional hiring. There would be no lapse in service. They guaranteed us that. And we have found Cleve and facilities and our facilities division has historically found that a premium is placed on quick response capability, whether it be weekends, busy holidays, or what have you, but the ability to have a manager on call that's local and can get here, that's not based in San Jose, but that's based in Salinas, is essentially the primary differentiating factor among these two choices. And they would be able to start on July 1st, so they would start at the beginning of the upcoming fiscal year. And that concludes my presentation on that.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Any questions from the council?
I had a quick question.
Hans, go ahead, Hans.
It is a pretty significant gap. I mean, these were the top two firms, and one's 327,000, one's 222. So it's it's $100,000 difference. So you said the primary differentiating factor was one being based in Salinas and sort of like how quickly they could respond. Are there other, with $100,000, are there other ways that we could, manage that in a way if we went with the lower bidder to address some of those concerns? If the gap is wide enough that it just sort of makes me question.
Yeah, so that is one of the two biggest ones. The other being that they would not have to hire anyone else. So that's a large aspect. But getting to your question, this came right from our facilities manager, Cleve, when he had said that in his experience, in all his years here, that was time and time again, the companies that worked out well are the ones that were able to respond quickest. I think that is what led, So of course the question has to be, is that worth the difference in the price, right? We had to address that directly. After doing our due diligence and contacting everyone's references, looking up, whether there'd be any lapse in services, whether there would need to be any hiring, Bright Building won out on that, in staff's opinion, at least.
I kind of came at it from the opposite, which is I'm glad we're not just knee-jerk taking the low bid. I think we've suffered from that time and time again when we have no choice. And in this case, we seem to have some discretion. I think Hans's question is a good one. What do you get for the extra 100? But I trust that you guys did the analysis, you did the interviews, you did the fact checking, and this is the right answer. I also think that the status quo is a very clear example of what we don't want. And we have to do a lot better going forward. I can leave it at that. But a lot of my questions have kind of not much to do with this contract, but they're have everything to do with how we manage this contract. And, you know, there's a very good, precise schedule of when in particular the public bathrooms get serviced, but this contract is for the public's benefit. It's all the public, not all the public buildings, most of our public buildings, as well as the public restrooms all over town. And there's sort of a high touch, which are the ones in downtown, and then ones that get touched less often, which are in Forest Hill Park. Today, there are weekends where it's really quite bad in our bathrooms. And the real question is, who on staff knows that it's not good on a Saturday, a Sunday, or a holiday? And how will we manage this contractor? Because I don't think trusting them to manage themselves is the way to go at it.
Yeah, great points. Cleve is made well aware when complaints do come in. They come in and they come in quite clear. Despite, our facilities division has made efforts time and again to resolve, issues that have come up. So that takes care of who do we even know. We do, and we've heard quite a bit of feedback in the past year in particular. Cleve and Leo had said that they are going to answer the second part of your question, Cleve and Leo had said that they were going to use, they inputted all of these parameters, cleaning parameters, and I can't remember the name of the app that they use, but they use an app, and we contacted this company and said, would you be on board with it? Are you able for your folks to use this? They had said not only yes, but they're going to train their own people, and they're going to come to our training of that. So we had offered to train them. They said they're going to train their own people, and they're going to come prepared so that like day one, they already know it. It's that type of small detail that every time we had asked something, they had at least presented that they were on it. So they do have a tracking system. I can't remember the name of it.
No,
right
I
now.
saw it in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Smart Inspect.
Smart Inspect, that's it, yes.
And Tom, it's kind of not really a fair question for you since you're not in the business. I mean, you ran the RFP, you're not in the maintenance business. So I guess maybe it's just a statement, Brandon, we can do better. And
we agree,
we
and that's
need to-
part of the reason we're selecting this partner, because I think we see them as a partner that wants to do better than what we've been doing, and so we're excited about that.
Thank you.
I've got a comment, but I'll wait till after public comment for mine. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Public comment on this subject? Anybody online? All
There's no
right,
hands
I'm going to bring it back for discussion. Great comment, Bob, and I agree 100% with everything you said, and you too, Hans. I think that we're in the process of implementing a reporting system, correct? Is that premature to say?
We can say, yeah, I've been working with Joel, who's sitting in the back corner over there. The city is working on developing an app like most larger cities have called Go Carmel, where it's a mobile app, and I have the beta on my phone right now. It's one of those ones where you click a button, submit a ticket, and it goes into a system where all of us, like 90-some% of our city employees have mobile phones. So it goes to a phone, whoever it's been assigned to, and you can tackle it via that way too. So we have some other things in the works right now to be able to respond to these types of things faster.
So to Bob's point, we just have to make sure that when someone uses that app to report something, that it goes to a person who can make something happen and that the vendor responds. So I think this vendor sounds like they're up for that, so that's a good thing. Anybody else have a comment? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I appreciate Bob's comments, and certainly we've heard the complaints through this past year, so we definitely have room for improvement. It sounds like we're heading in that direction.
Good. Jeff? No comments. Hans? All right. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-025.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes,
Motion carries.
and thank you for everyone that worked on that item. It's going to be good to move forward in the near future on that. All right, we're going to item 7, moving right along. Design Traditions 1.5, Residential Design Guidelines Update. This is a continued item from April 7th. The council will receive an update on the Design Traditions 1.5 project and review the proposed plan, define scope of work, and proposed timeline to finalize the Residential Design Guidelines 1.5. Tom, you gonna come back up? All right, keeping you busy, huh?
Let me make a comment.
Go
Just
ahead.
welcome, Tom. I know this has been a new learning experience for you. Really appreciate your willingness to sort of step up and manage all of us. To my fellow council members, I would note that number 2 is provide staff a wish list of specific items or issues the city council would like to see addressed. And we've been, I've been sort of looking forward to this opportunity for months and months and months. And I only have really 1 or 2 things on the list, but I would encourage each of you, if you have things that we need to consider, you know, that the committee needs to consider in sort of getting this document to the finish line, this is your opportunity to like put things out on the table and maybe for us to have a little bit of a discussion about them. So this is it. This is that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Super. Well, thank you. So today I'll be presenting our proposed plan, our timeline, our scope of work to finalize the Residential Design Guidelines 1.5. Today we're seeking council's endorsement on the proposed plan to finish the residential guidelines so that the team tasked with getting this through the finish line can execute that plan. Some recent background, our city administrator, Brandon Swanson, having been heavily involved in this project for the last number of years, he had presented this topic at several public meetings between council and planning commission. He had recapped past year's work and specifically asked the question of which draft version that we were going to move forward with. The overwhelming consensus is that the steering committee version will be used moving forward as opposed to the Nori Winter version. And most recently, we presented this very presentation that we're receiving today to the Planning Commission, who this past month, who had provided an excellent wish list, so to speak. But the task was to return to you today with a formalized plan and a strict deadline to get the project completed. To that end, our council members Byrne and Delves had volunteered as project sponsors to ensure that this project stays on track, and acknowledging that much of the content direction is in large part going to come from the Planning Commission, among others, but the Planning Commission is primary end user, and ultimately the production team would execute the direction that we are presenting today. So who is the production team tasked with finishing the residential design guidelines? On the screen, we can see that it's comprised of a wide variety of contributors. We have Planning Commission Chair Michael LePage, Vice Chair Stephanie Locke, Victoria Beach, Doug Schmitz, Ian Martin, Kevin Roos, Eric Dyer, several of whom I've seen here today, at least I think may be present. We have our city administrator. We have Planning and Building Director Anna Jeanette, Jacob Olander, planner, and myself. And this is the team that is going to bring this through the finish line. And our goal is to produce a useful, adequate final version of the residential design guidelines. We're updating it to reflect some outdated information, add some new information such as fire resilience that's somewhat recently come to the forefront of our sites. Our target council adoption deadline that our group collectively decided on is September 1st. So we will be coming back September 1st, confident that we will find a way to get there. We're going to get there, we're going to come back, and that will be ready by September 1st. So today we'll be asking the question, do you believe this is both an optimistic and a realistic timeline? Before moving on, I should note that the commercial and municipal guidelines are on our radar to be addressed following the adoption of the residential design guidelines. But we wanted to get to our proposed timeline. Our philosophy was to start with council adoption and work our way backwards. I'll explain the colors on the screen in a moment for folks, but for now I'll start by explaining kind of the meat of the plan. It consists of 4 one-month work cycles. So starting this past month, April, May, June, and July. And we're gonna walk through this past month's work cycle. And a benefit of having this item continued is that we get to see what we've done this past month, what worked, what hasn't, what we need to pivot. So this is ideal in my mind. Well, we didn't actually end up. Okay, this meeting was pushed, but we continued on. We presented to the Planning Commission. These are our purple, or our pink color, that's what that denotes, where we sought an endorsement of the plan and requested specific input, which we received both of those things. So at each month's Planning Commission meeting, we'll get direction from them regarding which tasks we'll work on, and we're going to bring back to them the following month the fruits of the work that we did following their meeting. Planning Commission meeting will also serve as the natural public forum, public meeting platform, where we'll seek ongoing feedback from the public and residents. We've heard from residents over numerous meetings over the years, compiled them in a strategy paper, and we feel as though we have clear direction and opinion from residents. Now, the 2 days following Planning Commission meetings, staff will typically coordinate with our production team to ensure folks know the tasks that they're going to be working on. And then comes our green segment. This is where the production team works on editing the document per each of our respective tasks that we've divvied out. During the green period, that's when we have our document open for suggested edits and track changes. So that's something that we need to maintain throughout the entirety of these cycles. The blue segment is when staff, namely Anna Jeanette, Jacob Olander, and myself, will review these suggested edits that were made during the prior week, accept those that are cut and dry, and ensure that they reflect the direction that we received from the Planning Commission. Towards the end of the blue period is when staff touches base with the ad hoc council sponsors and ensure that the changes we're accepting are aligned with what the Planning Commission had recommended. So we were able to do that. We've had 2 meetings actually with our sponsors. So one other thing that we're going to do with the council sponsors is ensure that our language is consistent with how the California Coastal Act will review our document at the end. So that will be something that we address with our council sponsors as well. And once we accept any edits comes our full production team meeting that will review the newest version of the draft that incorporated certain suggested edits, and in that meeting to address areas where there are differing opinions, and then work on the document together, sitting down around the table and getting through it. So you can look at this as kind of a template of how we're going to meet. We did have very strict days for the green period and the beginning of the blue period, but really the yellow date, the production team date, that's whenever we're able to meet prior to the following Planning Commission meeting. So we actually have our next meeting Wednesday of this week. And then the cycle repeats. So effectively, each Planning Commission meeting will serve as the beginning point of each of our work cycles. And an important note regarding the Planning Commission is that they'll also serve as the kind of the de facto body that will review the latest changes or excerpts of the changes that we've made each month to ensure that we're on the right track. is kind of just a summary of our process. Planning Commission meeting, suggested edits, we review and approve, and then we have a production team meeting where we show the approved changes and we discuss things that we need to work on together. We make those changes, we go back to the Planning Commission. So that's the idea there. This was provided in the staff report. I don't need to go through every single one of these, but we had written out a rather extensive scope of work, tasks to complete, many of which we started this past month, a couple of which we started this past month. But you know, we're not going to address every task each month. We made the intention to parse out these across the 4 cycles. We actually really front-loaded cycle 1. We didn't get to everything in cycle 1. So I don't particularly look at that as some type of failure of our group or anything. We gave ourselves a ton of to-dos, and we got a lot of them done, many of which were the wishes of the Planning Commission. So that I think is a win. And now we are seeking feedback on this plan. Specifically, the 2 questions on the screen. Do you endorse the proposed plan, our scope of work, our timeline to finish the residential design guidelines? And we're asking for a wish list of specific items or issues, as Councilmember Byrne had suggested. And that concludes the presentation. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions from the council? Go ahead, Bob.
It's not a question. This is really wearing my ad hoc hat, if you indulge me. Thank you, Tom. I think, just to share, because we didn't do this a month ago we were asking permission, now we're sort of asking forgiveness because we just kept going with the effort. And this is, and I'll have more to say on this later, but this is an effort that has never been done before. This is a very unique project in that regard. And therefore, what we thought we were going to do a month ago has already changed. It's already morphed, and that was, we've had to be that way. We have to have some flexibility to adjust as we go. In the first round, I think we had a lot of really good editing that was done, in particular by city staff on the document, and I think that has given us a lot to react to when we get the production group together on Wednesday. I think we've concluded that for that production group, really what we're just gonna have to do is kind of roll up our sleeves and go through this thing a point at a time, chapter by chapter, and that the approach over the next 6 months may be more that we do. There's essentially 6 chapters in this thing, and that maybe we do 1, maybe 2 chapters a month. We'll know by this time on Wednesday, I think we'll have a pretty good idea of of how well our current thinking holds up. Thanks.
Thank you. Alissandra?
No questions.
Hans? I think I have more of a comment. I'll hold it. Jeff? All right. Let's go to the public for your thoughts. Victoria?
Hi there. I just wanted to echo what Bob was just saying about remaining flexible. And I would argue that for your consideration that we have another model available to you all, which is the model you all debated, I think in February, I'm not sure. I think it was beginning of March, that was the extremely effective and speedy blitz model that we followed. Just as an observer, I just want to build on both what Bob and Tom said, that there were, I think, a number of delays and backsliding on this particular cycle, and it still remains to be seen whether we can pull out of that, and so I appreciate the flexibility, but I just want to offer for your consideration that there may be another model here that we have proven effective. Thanks.
Thanks. Anyone else? Anybody online?
There's no hands raised online.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back for deliberation. Anybody want to kick it off? Go ahead, Bob.
So, yeah, I'm a councilman and an ad hoc and a former planning commissioner, so I have a lot of thoughts on this. I think I will take Victoria's thoughts. So in my opinion, we did have an alternative model that was available to us. Prior to us creating the ad hoc, there was a period of time where the production team got together and made good progress on the document. And I think it was that progress that we all reacted favorably to. I think an important thing to remember is that progress was primarily in two regards. One was the photographs that especially Ian Martin worked on. A ton of progress there. I think we finally found the right photographs to portray the right as examples of what we're trying to say. And then I think the other place where we made the most progress was more in some preamble language on fire, some introductory topics, et cetera. Where I don't think we did make progress was in advancing and certainly in vetting the content. And I think that's still the elephant in the room here, is we've made a ton of progress on agreeing what the format of this thing is, of making it more usable via photographs and maybe with some transitional wording, but we have not had a meaningful conversation that includes the Planning Commission, staff, us, on the content of this document. And I think we have to be clear-eyed that the steering committee product is a reorganization of the Norrie Winter 1.5 document. And I'm speaking in some code here for people that don't understand that, but the Norrie Winter 1.5 document being an update of our 25-year-old design guidelines that Norrie Winter did 25 years ago, and we hired him to come in and update them. And he produced a product, and that product was essentially a red line version of his previous 25-year-old product. So when you looked at the Norrie Winter, what we call 1.5, version 1.5, he tracked the changes. So I knew, I could tell you what had changed from that original version. So what updates had he made to the document from 25 years ago? At a point in time, some years ago, our steering committee of that project was unsatisfied with the work of Mr. Winter. Mr. Winter's services were, I won't say terminated, his project was deemed over. And the steering committee took on their own effort of continuing to work on our design guidelines. And they did so first by reorganizing the Norrie Winter 1.5 document from one organizational theme to another. We're not going to go into that. We've had a lot of debate about it. I think that's settled. But what I also have come to understand even more clearly in the last month is that it was not only reorganized, it was rewritten. Almost every paragraph has had some change to it. And unfortunately, a decision was made to not track changes, to not produce a red line. And I don't want to harp on that, but I just want to share with the public and especially with my colleagues that that's a very difficult starting point. And that's really why I was motivated a month ago to create an ad hoc on this, because I didn't think, with all due respect to Victoria, that that blitz approach was going to really thoroughly vet the content, especially the revised content. Because the fact is, because there's no red line, I don't know what has been added, I don't know what has been deleted, I don't really know what has been changed, unless I can look at one document to the other, back and forth, and because it's been reorganized, that's very difficult. We do have one document that's helpful. It was prepared by Mel Alborn, who's a planning commissioner, and that was really sort of an effort at a Rosetta Stone, if you will, to map the paragraphs from the Norrie Winter 1.5 version into the steering committee's version. It's helpful, it's directionally correct, it's not, it doesn't even approach a red line of being able to track changes, right? So, and we've been talking about this as a group. We still have a lot of work to do to just try and figure out what's changed here, and that's going to take some time. So I do believe going forward, we do need a different approach. And we have to address that. Secondly, and despite lots of public meetings and process, I don't think the voice of the user community has been adequately represented to date. And the user community is first and foremost our staff, our planning staff. They work with this document every single day. I'm really glad that Jake and Anna had an opportunity to edit the steering committee document. They did a lot of editing, and that's going to be part of what we're going to be talking about starting on Wednesday. But I feel like that voice was finally heard and included. The second piece of that is the Planning Commission. Same deal. I think the Planning Commission has been asked about the organization of the document 2 or 3 times. It's been a long time since they were asked about what they wanted to see in it. We did get some good stuff out of them last time in terms of specific things they want to see. I think we've already started working on that. But again, in terms of the actual content and trying to figure out, let them decide ultimately what changes to accept and what not to accept. I'm looking forward to that. The third piece that has been lacking, other than significant contribution from Eric Dyer, is the architect community, because they use this thing all the time as well, and they've been silent. I've reached out to Eric in particular to make sure that his colleagues know that this thing has changed, and if they want to have a voice, they need to bring it now. So in terms of things that I would like to see, that's kind of it. I'm not here to espouse any particular thing that I would like to see, other than just making sure that that this end product has really been vetted, and we really know what has changed. I think that's it.
Thank you, Bob. Hans, would you like to go?
Are we doing, I think that was sort of, as I recall, and
discussion.
out of, weren't we doing questions?
No, because we already had public comment, right?
Well, we haven't done public comment yet.
We
did?
We didn't get it.
Victoria.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay,
No, this is it.
okay.
This is your chance.
Well, I want to begin by thanking the steering committee. I've been involved on an effort like this where we took 2 years and a lot of volunteer effort, which I think it's hard to appreciate like exactly how much effort can go into that kind of process. And this was 3 years and 30+ meetings. And so, thank you for all of that effort. I want to break my comments, I guess, into process and substance. So on the process side, so Bob, I agree with you. I think a red line would be really helpful for us to be able to, sort of generally speaking on any project like this, a red line is really important. And we've had, just sort of as a staff discussion point, even on the AHA situation, we've had sort of like technical issues with red lines. And I wonder if that's, it's not an insurmountable barrier. And I think there's probably something that we should devote some time to just maybe having some policies around or figuring out what some best practices are there. But I do think it's possible for us to probably go back and create a red line. Like we have tools, we have AI, we can hire a contractor. Like it's not a crazy enormous document. So that might be worth it. I agree with you, Bob, that including the voice of the end user is really important here. I'm glad you mentioned the architects too, because they've got sort of an iterative look at this. They see it all the time, just like the staff does. On staff, I think if the staff is looking at this thing, I think it's about clarity. It's about what's unclear, what's missing, what insights do they have based on what they typically see. I'm less interested I'm actually actively would discourage sort of weighing in on specific like sort of policy decisions. I really feel like that is where we need to see public input, the planning commission and the council. So, I don't know, I sort of hear things. My understanding is that staff did sort of a full content review, was also trying to add some of the things that the planning commission had mentioned in their last meeting. But, at least one interpretation, that I had heard was that some of the changes veered more into the territory of substantive, really policy oriented changes. And so, that concerns me a little bit. And so just something, for you guys to kind of keep your eyes on. I'm really glad that we have the two of you working on this. I think you're the right people to do it. And then the last one is, I checked in a little bit with Tom offline about kind of the progress on the action items list. I know there's a few things, both in terms of staff and volunteers, that didn't get done over the past month. And so I just encourage all of us to, foster that accountability of like, hey, we created a project plan. We've devoted these resources to it. Let's have the accountability to make sure that the stuff happens. And then on the substance side, again, I'm pretty willing, like this thing has already had 30 plus public meetings and I'm sure it'll have more and the planning commission's gonna weigh in on it, but I'll highlight just a couple areas and they're, Jeff, you kind of queued it up, like this is our moment to talk about these things, right? So I'll give you my laundry list of items. I've mentioned this before, but the document, it's actually, I think it was in the original document before this review, but it mentions that, I think it's 2.5.1, I don't know if that's changed, but design without a fence or wall along a street frontage. And like the one thing about this town, like if I think about it, maybe coming from the East Coast, is like every property has a fence, right? And so I think it kind of undermines the validity, the strength of design guidelines if there's just a design guideline that like everyone kind of winks and nods and like, well, nobody actually does that, right? So that's just a thought. One of the things I think we want to try to do is, it's hard, but to make things as clear as possible. So 4.2.1, to avoid uniformity in the appearance of speculative development and to promote individual artistic expression, differentiate a new building's plan, massing, and overall design from that of nearby and abutting buildings. Totally love the impulse. I think it's really important. We want to have a bespoke, organic look to the architecture of the town. I would encourage us to see, is there some way we can nail down like what does nearby mean? So that, if somebody has a Spanish style house, like, and I'm thinking about buying a house and I go and talk to somebody at the staff, and I've had these kinds of conversations before, like when we bought our house, can I build a Spanish style house here? I want somebody to be able to give me some kind of answer that they feel good about. And so I don't know if that's possible, but it's just something to look into. I think that one will actually come up a fair amount. there's a small one about 5.3.4. And again, I give you all the caveats that there was like 30 public meetings and I was not participating in those, and decisions are made by those who show up. So I will give you that caveat, but use a low building plate height, generally not over 8 feet. And my only thought was, if there's a building that it's not going to impact someone else's view, et cetera, it's a 1-story building, and if they want a 9-story plate height, like it doesn't, take any skin off my back. So, and then the biggest one for me is just the, and you all are working on this anyway, but the update in terms of fire, and principally it's like materials. So when I look at section 4.1 through 4.4, there's one section, 4.1.1, says reuse existing buildings and their components, for example, restoring rather than replacing original windows. We know from a fire perspective that dual pane tempered glass windows are an important factor for home hardening. And so, I don't know, I'd rather have us lean into, give us some great guidelines to make sure that those windows look as good as possible. And that they look like they're not some window that's out of character, but let's allow us to at least, protect ourselves.
What section was that?
I think it's 4.1.1. 4.3, use traditional natural building materials. There's a section in here, I guess it's 4.4.2 says, do not use petroleum-based architectural elements. And, look, people have different opinions on this. I think the idea here is, hey, Carmel can be a leader in this space. And if anybody's gonna do it, Carmel's the one to do it. And I get that. I think the challenge for me is that we're in this tough spot where we're also dealing with this new world of fire issues, and we are on 4,000 square foot lots, and we're in the middle of a forest, and it's just tough. And so it's kind of like something has to give. Right now, 2/3, when you look at the fire inspections, 2/3 of homes have a composite roof. So we have this sense that every home in Carmel has a wood roof. It's actually like 2/3 composite roofs, which is a petroleum product. I'm not saying I love it, but it's just something we need to dig into more. And then similarly, we're gonna have these zone 0 regulations about fences, and return fences, which is like where the fence connects to your house. And so, people have different opinions on this, but if there's gonna be a requirement that is a non-combustible material from the state, guaranteed, within like 3 years. And so, if we don't want to have a bunch of metal fences connecting to houses, which to me probably isn't the look of the town, we need to have some flexibility, I think, here in terms of materials. Like if you could give me a grape stake, a faux grape stake that looked like a grape stake, like the cedar shingles for the roofs, and that's petroleum based, or I would go for that, and I'd probably be pretty interested in that. So, yeah, there's just a few of these in this section that, do not use manufactured materials that fake or mimic natural or other materials in their textures or finishes, including machine stamped faux wood grains. Again, those cedar shingles, and it's CEDUR, it's a brand, it's like a faux wood shake shingle. They look fantastic. They look like wood shakes. So sort of like you can preserve some of that look, with the fire protection. So I had been holding this list back in the previous times that we talked about this topic because I really wanted to focus on the process. But Jeff, if this is our last moment to talk about it, there's your list. Thanks.
Trouble with this. Thanks, Hans, that was great. Very well done. Alissandra, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I echo Hans's comments about thanking the volunteers who took part in the steering committee and came to the meetings. It's a lot of dedication and devotion to the project. I have a little bit of concerns with, I'm not sure if the plan is realistic. It feels like we've added a lot of bureaucracy to it. It feels a bit rigid, and I think it does need a little bit more flexibility, and I'm a little concerned about the timeline, because it looks like if one day is missed where somebody can't make a meeting, it might throw everything off. Like, it feels rigid. So that would be my little bit of hesitation there. As far as specifics, though, I share a lot of what Hans just brought up, and it was very thorough. Certainly the fire safety issue, expanding the materials for houses and for landscaping, different building materials, and I have concern over the use of wood in both houses and landscaping. The fences also, as Hans just brought up, the wood picket fences that we tend to use. Landscaping, if we could get some ideas and examples, especially with the fire safety as well. And then with the ADUs, I know we don't want to use photos of somebody who did an ADU that the community doesn't like, because we don't want to single people out. But if we could maybe do a sketch so that it's not completely identifying, but we could show examples of good ADUs and ones that are not so good, and certainly the placement on the lots, and we want them to be subdued. We want the same architectural features as the house, same style, the way, and setbacks, that sort of thing. So if we could just give some examples with sketches, that kind of thing, so people get a better idea of what we're looking for. But I certainly appreciate the work of the ad hoc, and once again, as I said, appreciate the work of the steering committee and all the volunteers that have taken part through the years.
Thank you. Jeff, are you going to make any further comments? Okay, good. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you, Dale.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Hans and Alissandra, for your comments. That's what I've been looking for, what I think we've been looking for. And I don't want to say that, I don't want to say that, you know, there's always another chance to make comments. Like, I really think that. But it really helps us, it really helps the project to have these things out on the table at the beginning, so that we can figure out how to incorporate them, whether and then how to incorporate them into the document, and put them through the sort of the amount of review, which we hope is a lot, to make sure that we don't sort of screw it up as we get to the end. So I'm very appreciative. I only have, before I respond mostly to Hans and Alissandra, I only have a couple of things that are on my wish list, which I'll just say them to get them into the record. My primary concern is with properties that undergo small changes after small changes after small changes, and they're consistently to use our vernacular, they're consistently track one projects, and you know, they undergo 3 or 4 or 5 track one projects, and now we have a property that looks substantially different than what would have been allowed had it been a track 2 project, because every track 1 design element, every track 1 design process starts with what the house looked like, what the property looked like at the beginning of this application. And I would really like to see, and this may not be related to the guidelines, but more to the municipal code that will wrap the guidelines. I really like to see some way for some number of exterior changes to sort of trigger some form of a track 2 design, to make sure we don't use these successive small incremental changes to sort of veer away from what we think Carmel should look like. So that is my most important. That's the only comment I'll make in terms of the content. The other thing, which I have talked about before, is I would really like to see, you know, once the committee is done, I would really like to see the city spend a few $1,000s or $10,000 and hire an editor to make the document look professional. I think it's, you know, the last document represented the city for 20 years, and if we're going to get, you know, 10 or 20 years out of this document, I think it would really reflect well on the city to have it have maybe a more polished look than what staff might be. And I certainly don't mean any offense to Tom and Jake and Anna, but what staff might be able to provide. I think that sort of professional look would really sort of enhance the sort of uptake and the reputation of the city. A couple of comments. I'll go back to, I'll take these in reverse order. Alissandra mentioned that timeline feels rigid, and I agree with that. I think that Tom spoke at the beginning about us trying to be flexible. I think that a lot of the rigidity, and I certainly do not want to put words into your mouth. I think that a lot of the rigidity, to me, that the schedule seems to imply is due to the fact that we've tried to create a schedule that revolves around the planning commission meetings. And we've tried to figure out how to do the various stages, how to do the work in various stages to sort of accommodate, that primary user of our document. I think Tom talked about this a little bit when he was up, and we've sort of changed our tack a little bit about, we've had sort of a problem getting sort of planning commission focus on the entire document. So he talked about these meetings that we're having, like we're having one on Wednesday where we're going to talk about a specific section of the document in a lot more detail rather than doing the whole thing at once. So we are trying to be flexible and trying to adapt the schedule somewhat so that we can get through all these things. So I appreciate your concern. Hans and I differ a little bit, I think, on staff's opinion, on wanting staff's opinion. And I think the advantage that advantage that I feel that we have from including staff is staff is the organism inside the city that has the knowledge of what the sort of built environment looks like. And a conversation I know that Bob and I have all the time is trying to guide the document to represent some sort of middle ground between the built environment and an aspirational environment. Like, what do we want Carmel to look like, and what does Carmel currently look like? We don't want to, this is a 1.5 version, not a 2 version. We don't want to upset the architecture community and the homeowners, the property owners community too much. So we're trying to figure out, we're trying to sort of understand sort of where we are in terms of that understanding. And I think that staff brings the knowledge of hundreds and hundreds of projects to the table, something that I certainly don't know, 5 or 6 projects a month, stuff that I don't know. And I think also to a good extent, my interactions with staff so far have been that staff really represents, while not a direct voice, sort of an indirect voice of what the needs of the Planning Commission are in terms of how the Planning Commission has expressed their views on particular subjects. It's really difficult, we can't really, we have 2 planning commissioners on this sort of group, but it's difficult to capture the sort of the spirit of a lot of planning commission comments that have happened over the course of years and years and years without sort of going back to staff and getting staff's view of, that was a problem a year and a half ago. Because, while the Planning Commission sees projects for, 2 hours at a time over the course of a couple of hearings, the time that the project is in front of the Planning Commission, I think that staff really sees the nuts and bolts of the project as the project is being constructed. And I think that they are very aware, of sort of the picadillos of our current documents and stuff like that. So I do value their opinions on sort of what has worked and what has not worked. I'll close by saying, again, thank you. I'll close by saying we have in the slides, there's a scope of work, the task list, and I think Bob and I sort of complement each other. I think Bob is very concerned, put words in Bob's mouth. Bob has expressed a lot of concern with sort of the scope of the words inside the document. Like, do these words get us to good outcomes? And I'm really concerned with the scope of work, sort of the project manager sort of stuff. making sure we figure out what to do, like Bob spoke about the red line, making sure that we figure out what to do about the red line, because I think that's going to be a very, very difficult task, trying to understand with the Coastal Commission and with us, to be frank, and the Planning Commission, to be frank, to try and understand what the differences are between two documents that are completely differently formatted from one another. I think that's a Herculean task, and I don't think that kind of our standard methods will really get that. I'm concerned about the additional documents. You know, there's been a lot of chatter about making the process easy for, you know, for property owners and architects to sort of navigate. And so there are a lot of, you know, you'll see you'll see in the scope of work, planning, process, flow chart, and description. I'm concerned about producing good versions of those documents as well, so we don't have a rebellion once we adopt these things. I'm concerned about, as I've spoken already, about the Muni Code. So I think Bob and I, you know, really sort of complement each other, and we're both looking at the project from slightly different angles. And again, I'd like to thank Jake and Tom and Anna for their work, and Victoria and all the members of the committee, the people that show up and do the work, and the five of you for having trust in us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who's been participating in this for the last few years and recently, and the two council members that are on the ad hoc committee. I appreciate all your time you're putting into it. I'm not going to repeat. I think there were a lot of good things said, and I think I agree with most of what was said. So I'm not going to repeat that, but I've heard a common theme. Something I made, I think, a big point of at the last meeting was we really need some help. And I'm looking at you, Brandon, when I say this, because it's not just this group. We really need some expertise on document management, and I think you know that. We should invest some money in if we can't train somebody on staff, to just have somebody on call that has a great amount of expertise, because we really need to do both online and printed documents. And this document looks more like a printed document. The links, you know, it's just going to be completely different, especially in a world of AI. The document management part needs to be designed so it can leverage the technology that's coming out. And the red lines just fall out of that. So we really need to do that, because we have, 30 documents to do, and we've got 2 that we've spent years on, and we just can't move at that speed anymore. So, and I heard that from several of you, if not all of you, so that's good. There are some fence components now that I think, sort of like roof components. I think somebody showed me a like grape steak that looks like a grape steak, only it's, yeah, so you should be happy about that. And I think it would be good if we have, because the ideas are going to keep flowing, including for me, as we get into the document, especially as you come up with the next release probably. There needs to be a really clear way as part of document management of how we can give you those ideas without having it be too cumbersome and lots of emails. And
Well, let me ask you a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
It's difficult to sort of manage that process without, like, I don't know how, like, I haven't really thought about it, but I don't know how to really manage that process given the Brown Act. So you can't be sending us things. I don't know, we'll have to work on whether you can communicate with staff and have, you know, put a wish list in through staff, but we'll see, you know.
Look at Brian when you're saying this.
I'm trying to not look at Brian while I'm saying this. We'll see if we can, we'll work on it.
Yeah. It's not just me, I'm talking anybody, really.
Well, anybody,
It's
you know,
the
anybody,
details that count.
I would emphasize, you know, it's a lot easier to make changes now in the process than it is later. So it's a lot easier this month than it's gonna be next month. It's, you know, incrementally more difficult every month that goes by. You can certainly email Bob and I with your thoughts or your feelings about what we need to produce, and we'll take them to the group and may or may not carry the water depending on whether we like the idea, but we will certainly take them to the group. You're also, of course, always welcome to email Tom Ford, the project manager, and Jake and Anna, our planning staff members. So those lines of communication are always open. But again, I would ask, you know, sooner rather than later. If there's something
I would guess that Jake might come up with easy way for a place for people to send those to. I think you've got some probably creative ideas on that. Anyway, I think it's time to move on. Do you think you have all the direction you need? Tom's got a thumbs up. All right, I think it was very well done by everybody. Thank you so much. To be continued as quickly as possible is what I get. I think the schedule's challenging, but I like challenging schedules, so I'm all for it. Thank you, everybody. All right. Unless anybody has anything else to say, I'm going to move on to item 8. All right. Fiscal year 2026-27 City Council discretionary grant funding. Item 8 is consideration of fiscal year 2026-27 City Council discretionary grant funding and direction on distribution of grant awards. And we get Nova. What a treat.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Try that again. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This item before you is to go over the grant applications we received for this upcoming fiscal year. So why are we here? I'm going to just briefly summarize the policy that we have that was adopted about 10 years ago. I'm going to quickly review the applications that were received and the staff recommendation for funding.
Thank you.
And then what I need from council at the end is to provide direction regarding the total amount of grant funding for the upcoming budget, and then how much to distribute to each of the grant applicants. So the council discretionary grant policy was adopted in 2017, and that's what gives direction on how we do the application process, how we review them, how they're awarded. Some of the eligibility criteria is that the nonprofit, or it must be a nonprofit or a Carmel school that must be either located in Carmel or at least serve the residents of Carmel. They must directly provide the services that they're requesting grant funding for. They must have no outstanding debt to the city, and they must not be financially dependent on the city for the grant. So the grant policy was included as one of the attachments in the packet, so I won't go over it in detail. But basically, because it's a discretionary grant policy, it's the council's discretion whether to continue to do it from year to year. We already accepted applications for this year, so we need to review the applications we received and receive direction on those. But we might want to think about what to do for future years. If awarded, each recipient must sign a grant agreement, just confirming that they're going to use the funds for what purpose they were approved for, and they must use it within the fiscal year. Grant checks would be distributed in July or August after they sign the agreement. So just to summarize quickly, the grant application period was open for almost 2 months. We did a lot of outreach on the website, Instagram, Friday letter, the Pine Cone, email lists. We received 18 applications. Everybody requested the maximum amount you can request, which is $3,000, for a total of $54,000. This is similar to last year. We got 19 applications and a similar total amount was requested then. Staff reviewed the applications and found them all to be eligible. This is just a list of the applications that we received. The details about what they requested the funding for is in the packet, so I won't go over that in detail. So we're looking for direction from council on the total amount to allocate and then how much to distribute to each grant applicant. I think I'm missing a slide in here. And also I wanted to ask for direction on whether or not you want to agendize a future discussion on the grant policy and what to do for next year's budget. So it somehow didn't end up in my slides, but the total amount that staff is recommending for the grant allocation was $20,000. And since there were 18 applications, we're recommending $1,000 for each applicant. And then that would leave a little bit of wiggle room, like a buffer of $2,000. So that in case we get a random request later this year, which tends to happen sometimes, we'll have a little bit of leeway to grant one of those. So if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions? Go ahead,
Couple
Jeff.
questions.
Go ahead.
You say in here that each recipient must sign a grant agreement confirming the funds will be used only for the approved purpose. Do we go back and check previous years, like some of the organizations that are on this list are continued from last year? Do we know that they lived up to what they said they were gonna do last year?
So they're supposed to send in at the end of the year a summary of what they used the funds for. I would have to double check to make sure that everybody last year did that. So I don't have that answer right now, but I believe most, if not all, did follow through with that last part.
So last year being the 24-25 year, or
The 20,
or the 25-26 year?
25, 26.
Which we're getting ready to.
Yeah.
So in this list so the list that we approved last year, you've received some forms from some
Yeah,
of the
but
people.
they still have until, and this is
Sure.
where there's kind of some overlap, they have until June 30th to spend it. So not everybody has submitted their, hey, this is what we spent it on, here's the receipts or a picture of how we used it. I don't have all of that yet because they still have time to spend the money that they got last year.
Second question, is $20,000 the amount that's in the budget for this program? And it's been $30,000 in the past, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight that because it's a credit to Nova. All of our department heads this year in putting the budget together, we were all tasked. I tasked everybody with looking at what they oversaw. So this was Nova's recommendation coming to us, to Marissa and I and Jamie, to look at this and go from the typical $3,000 each grant to $1,000 each. So yes, this is what we put in our draft budget. So if this changes, then we would need to modify that during the workshop.
Okay.
Jeff, I might add, going back a couple of years when I was part of some of this, they do ping you a couple times and
Okay.
make sure that you turn in the report. So it does happen.
Yeah.
I remember.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, public comment? Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Maya Lin, and I'm the president of Carmel Mock Trial, and I'm joined by Lily Stenvik, our vice president. We submitted a grant application for our trip to Chicago in November for the World Championships.
Chicago is a really important time for our team because that's the point where we get to bond with so many other teams, not only from other teams in California, but other teams in different states and even teams outside of the country. I still have friends that I've made throughout the years at this experience from Ireland or even Korea. And this is such an important part of the mock trial experience because we get to experience in such a real way what being a lawyer or an actor or even a clerk or bailiff is all about. And it helps us decide really what we want to do with our career and helps us create the connections to get to that point. And it's really helpful for creating those connections for internships. Several judges of the competitions often offer us internships or reach out to supply aid in our journey into the field of law, which is why this is part of an important part of the mock trial program. And Maya's going to talk about the effect that it has on our team personally.
So one of the most important parts of mock trial is the teamwork. During our competition trials, we're not allowed to talk to our coaches. We're all on our own. And especially towards the start of the season, which is when Empire Chicago takes place, it's important that we build that rapport and the team dynamic that supports us for the rest of the season. In Chicago, we spend approximately a week with only the team. We're with each other rehearsing material. We're spending 2 entire days in competition trial. It provides the foundation for our success for the rest of the season. and our team wouldn't be the same without it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very impressive public comment. Thanks, Nancy. Anybody else have something to say? Michelle, I think you had your hand up.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm representing Leadership Carmel. We are 2026. There are 9 of us for this year. Professional development program dedicated to designed to provide a solid framework to inspire and serve current and future leaders and influencers. A legacy project as a gift for the Carmel community. Our passions for this year are youth, music, and the outdoors. And we wanted to build, for the discretionary grant, we applied to build a Harmony Habitat, a sculptural outdoor music garden at Forest Hill Park. We are trying to fundraise $30,000 to bring Harmony Habitat to life. And there are these whimsical musical instruments. And we are advocating for our youth to be our excellent and equitable citizens. They're our priority one, they're our future. And we want to ensure that they connect with nature and enjoy the arts of Carmel, and such as the music of the instruments that we're trying to build at the park, Forest Hill Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. Just come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Bill Schreier. I'm the coach of the Carmel High School mock trial team. And this wasn't by design. We're not doing the primacy and recency thing, which I teach the students, but just worked out that way. It's been about a decade since Carmel mock trial first came to the city council seeking funding for our first ever trip to the World Championships in New York City. And I noticed that it was 2017 when this program started to get organized. It was pretty much ad hoc at the beginning. That was necessitated by the fact that Carmel Unified does not pay for students to travel out of state, despite the abundance of resources in the district. The council stepped up then and has done so whenever we have asked. I don't have the exact figures, but in a decade, your contributions to the mock trial program has been significant. And what has that support meant? Well, I could go through the list of accomplishments, but suffice it to say that our program has an international reputation as an elite academic team. It is not uncommon for a colleague to tell me that they have been in another state for training, mentioned they were from Carmel, and were told, you have a great mock trial team. Indeed, if someone in California, Florida, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, Korea, Ireland knows anything about Carmel High School, it's that we have a great mock trial program. But our program is also respected nationwide for its civility and service. Every time we go on the road, we perform a public service project. We've cleaned up Central Park in New York City and Magnolia Park in Chicago. We've worked in food banks from Santa Ana to Santa Cruz. We have sorted clothing for the homeless in Sacramento. And we have served dinner at Glide Memorial Church and Project Open Hands in San Francisco. So we don't just do well in mock trial. We do good in the community too. I've had many coaches say to me that our program is the envy of the state because of how far-reaching it is. Furthermore, many of our former students have gone on to law school or are on a pre-law track in college. To a person, they count their time in our program as an important part of wanting to practice law. Without your assistance, none of this would have happened. We're asking the City Council for the maximum contribution of $3,000 so we can return to Chicago and the World Championships. We won it in 2016, and we have finished in the top 10 every year we have competed. But our need is acute this year. Inflation, due to the war in Iran, has increased travel costs significantly. But this year, for the first time, Carmel Unified has also told us they will not pay for coaches' travel either. So we're going to need to raise a few thousand more for the trip. Estimated cost for 12 students and 2 coaches is about $30,000. We thank you for any support you can provide.
Thank you. Thank you for your effort with the mock trial. And congratulations on your success.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Anyone else? One more? Anybody else want to talk? Do we have anybody online, Nova?
There's no hands raised
Okay.
online.
All right, hi.
Hello, City Council. My name is Leah Beets, and I'm the new Executive Director of the Carmel Heritage Society. And I just wanted to take a minute to introduce myself and thank you for the consideration of the grant that will help us preserve and bring awareness to the history and the architecture and the uniqueness of Carmel. So I just wanted to say thank you. We're grateful to continue to work with the City Council, and that we're excited to focus this year for our house tour on women in the history of architecture. So our theme this year of our house tour is designing women. So it's focusing on women architects, women designers, and women builders. So I just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you.
Congratulations on your new role.
Yes.
And it's hard to believe it's already time for the house tour.
Right.
I remember last year I was standing out in front of my house and there was a stream of people going over to Edgemere. And I had the best time.
Yeah.
If you go there again, I'm looking forward to it, but probably not.
Yes.
All right. Good luck with your program this year.
Thank you. Thank you so
All
much.
right, thanks. All right, I think that's it. All right, let's bring it back for discussion. Who wants to kick it off? Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say we should do 1,000 each as Nova has recommended, and we should throw 2 more in for the mock trial, because it's a great program and they showed up. And I'm not going to be Scrooge and say we should stop funding nonprofits, even though I think we should. Oh, I said it.
Oh, no. Well, you didn't really have to, Bob. All right, Alissandra, why don't you go next?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Bob about, well, first of all, I want to thank Nova for making this work with a reduced budget, and really with budget season, everyone really has done a good job in cutting back spending. And so I appreciate her effort and making it fair. And so 18 groups at $1,000 each with 18,000. I still think, in a way, it would be good to keep that 2,000 in case somebody else does apply a bit later. I'm open if we want to have a future discussion on this item. I know it's a wonderful thing that we do as a city, but on the other hand, if we're also trying to be very budget conscious, it might be something we may not be able to continue in the future. But anyway, so I'm fine with the way Nova has broken it down, and I certainly appreciate all the groups that did apply, and thank you for that.
So to be clear, you're saying basically do what Nova had recommended?
Correct.
Nothing with the mock trial?
Right.
Okay. Hans?
So my first comment is, this isn't a lot of money, and I've been until recently, had a nonprofit arm to my operation where we were asking for grants, generally a lot bigger than this, but still, even in that scenario, it's just, sometimes you feel like you're doing more work than what you're getting back, and this is for $1,000 is definitely one of those scenarios. So I would just encourage us to make it as non-burdensome as possible in terms of the application process. And yeah, there's got to be follow-up, but let's really aim on the side of keeping it reasonable. I would support Bob. I mean, I think honestly the mock trial team is an elite team, as Bill said. It really represents Carmel well, and I think that it's something that we should support. They really do an amazing job, and Bill kind of pours his heart into it. And Bill, you were a former assistant U.S. attorney, right? Yeah. So it's really just incredible talent and effort that he pours into this. So I would support Bob on that.
All right. Jeff?
Thank you. I really like this program. I wish, Bob and Alissandra, I hear your comments about, yeah. I won't repeat them because you didn't want to say them in the first place. I wish this program had a larger budget. I wish we were back at $30,000. So I'll say that. When I look at the list, back when we started, it was a bunch of little organizations. And I think if you're running, like, Sober Grad Night, I think if you're running an organization like that, that does small community-based events, $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 is a lot of money and has a significant effect on sort of the success of these events or whether Sober Grad Night really even happens. And I wish that we could more support organizations like that are small in scale and really community focused. I would, I'll put this out, I would like to see, some more money allocated to the organizations like that, and perhaps, if everyone agrees, we could use revenues of these organizations, as sort of a basic yardstick to decide who gets the extra money and who doesn't. For this year, I would support a conversation as I heard Alissandra support about what the goals of this program are. I know we hear from Stephen Moore a lot. I'm not sure that Pac Rep Theater is really the target, and I don't mean to use Pac Rep as a kicking board, but I don't think that Pac Rep Theater is really the target of a program like this. Pac Rep puts on, hundreds of performances a year, and the scale of that organization is significantly different than the mock trial team or the Sober Grad Night team or the Carmel Heritage Society, who we heard from. And I think that those are the organizations that I think that these small community organizations are the organizations that we really should be supporting. And so I would like to see if there's a way we can spread a little more love to organizations like that this year without excluding everybody else, and then maybe review the parameters by which we grant this money next year, and see if we can start honing in our focus on organizations like that. Thank you.
Great points. Great points. I'm gonna have a comment. How come this? I'm gonna have a comment, but how many of you are in favor of having a policy discussion at a council meeting?
Maybe for different
All right, so that, I think you can mark that down, Nova, as some of your feedback. Were you in favor of giving the mock trial Bob's proposal?
Well, I think I would support that. I would hate, and I think I do welcome. It's really awesome that the three of you showed up. I can't express enough to all the organizations that showed up, that cared enough and showed up to ask for your money. I can't express enough how much that means, that you took the time out of your days and organized it. So yes, I would support that. I would say that, well, maybe these three organizations are it. I don't know what I don't know. Yeah, so yes.
Okay, good. So I was thinking when I was noodling this around at home the last couple of days, that maybe it would give us more flexibility, because I know some things come in, and they have come in the last year with good causes, just like you discussed, Jeff, that type of thing. Of maybe we make instead of making it 18K total, making it 25K total. At this point, we're gonna use 20 of that, so that leaves 5,000 for other things that come up for the next 12 months until we have this again. I'm gonna throw that out there. Well, maybe we can go around and see what you think. By the way, the Sober Grad Night is 60K. It's not a cheap thing to put on, but it's also a very, very valuable endeavor. So I agree with the 2K. I think that was a great proposal you made, Bob. And thank you for showing up. I don't know how you could not be impressed by those statements and the whole program. It's wonderful. So anybody have any interest in doing the 25K, which leaves 5K instead of, at this point, nothing?
Yeah, I have a comment. I obviously would be of interest to that. Thank you for your clarification on Sober Grad Night.
Yeah.
But I would, the Carmel Heritage Society showed up too, and I know that they are perennially in search of money and staff and money and staff and the wherewithal and all that. And now we have a representative here from them. And so I think, I would say if we're going to extend the amount of money to 25K, perhaps a little bit of love could be sent to the Carmel Heritage Society as well. You started.
Could I just add?
You can.
It's not going to be popular, but I just feel we shouldn't be picking and choosing favorites because they're all worthy groups. And so I think it's fairer to just leave it at 1,000 each. And certainly some of these groups might start a GoFundMe or something like that where they could get that extra community contributions to, for example, the money that the mock trial team needs to make it to Chicago. So something like that where they have other ways that they could raise money. I just think we should keep it fair and not pick and choose winners and losers or favorites in the whole process.
The end of my comment was going to be looking at Brandon and Nova, that maybe there's some way using Friday Letter or some of our city communications to put out those as a summary to this, like, here's what these people are trying to do. I don't know how you do it, but maybe we could help with that. And just getting the word out too, because we have a lot of people that would love to help. Go ahead, Hans, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I sort of have this, this concern every year, and I'm going to play Bob for a minute, which is, we have a lot of pretty big things to talk about, like deferred maintenance and tax measures and the budget. And I just wonder, like, we're talking about $2,000, $5,000 here. We just spent less time than this talking about a $300,000 contract. Like, I just wonder how much time we should be investing in like getting this perfect. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, makes sense. Consensus? Anybody have an interest in making it, having 5K in the bank at this point? No?
I'll make a motion to fund all 18 organizations at $1,000 each as proposed by the city clerk, with an additional $2,000 totaling $3,000 for the mock trial.
Okay.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Just to clarify, that leaves 0 for any other.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So there's no $25,000, there's no room later in the budget for, so just to be clear, if another high school group comes up and wants money, and I'm just picking that up in there, if another high school group comes up and wants money, at some point during the fiscal year, which seems to happen every fiscal year, and we're pretty generous, we're just not going to entertain that.
That's not part of my motion.
There's no money then for staff to come back to us as part of this program.
Not with that motion.
I would make an alternate, a substitute motion that we follow Bob's prescription, with the addition of the $5,000 extra reserve, so that we would have a mechanism for dealing with easy asks later in the fiscal year.
I'll second that.
So we vote on that one first.
Yeah, you have to I'm going to do your job for a second. You have to take action on the substitute motion first.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a second.
Just to clarify, Brian, even though I have my own motion on the table, can I vote for his?
Yes.
Right.
All right, guide us to a solution here, Brian.
So the matter you'd be voting on would be the substitute motion first, and then if the substitute motion passes, then there would be no need for a vote on the original motion.
All right.
And if it fails, then you would need to vote on the original motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and it looks like we have some support, so I guess we could go for a vote.
Well, you're just voting on one at a time.
We're doing a substitute.
So you start with a substitute motion.
Yeah, we're gonna vote on the substitute, roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Byrne,
Yes.
Councilmember Booter,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves,
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov,
Yes.
Mayor Byrne,
Yes.
motion carries.
Congratulations to everybody who got a grant. Appreciate your participation in the program.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to the next item, could we take maybe a 5-minute bathroom break?
I think that would be a great idea.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take 5 minutes, maybe a little more. We'll see you back here soon. Lots of good comments. Appreciate it.
We need no vote.
We're ready.
Okay, we're on item 9, transactions and use tax measure, 0.375% increase. Item 9 is a discussion of a draft resolution ordering the submission to voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election of a measure to increase the transactions and use tax rate by 0.375%, bringing the total rate to 1.875% and extending the duration of the tax so that it remains in effect until ended by voters. We are here for discussion and direction.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, if I could I just do a quick sort of overview, brief comment before we get started?
Of course.
Thank you. So as you probably have noticed, you have 2 items tonight back to back. We were talking about this one first, but both of them relate to tax measures. You certainly, Brian will tell you this today, you don't have to take action today. In fact, you can, because we're just really here to discuss. But the tax measures that we have, both the TOT and the sales tax, are meant to be an ongoing dialogue about tax revenues and measures throughout the budget season that we're in right now. It's important as we work through the budget this month and next month to be aware of these potentially revenue generating tax measures. As you've heard us say throughout the budget meetings, revenue is one of the levers that the council can pull, and a way to pull a lever on tax revenue is through a ballot measure. Just as a reminder, we will be having another revenue conversation coming back to you in June related to parking management through paid parking. That will also play into your conversation about the levers of revenue. And I also want to just say that when we were putting this item on the agenda, if you remember last time, the council asked for staff to bring an expert to share with you the wisdom, potential downfalls, any challenges with putting 2 ballot measures on the same ballot in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. We did reach out to 4 separate experts. All of them said the common wisdom is that every ballot measure you put on in addition to one does make it more complicated. That's a common wisdom. However, they did say that each community is very different. For example, several of them use this Santa Cruz as an example. A place like Santa Cruz that has a college, a large population of young voters, you could put 4 ballot measures on to raise a tax, and it has a lot higher chance of passing than it does in a place that doesn't have a college. So they said, in fact, none of them would come to a city council meeting and pretend to offer an expert opinion to the 5 of you as to what the outcome or challenges might be for your residents. In fact, they all said the people that were best positioned to understand what the residents would feel about 2 ballot measures were, in fact, the 5 of you, myself as the city administrator, and our assistant city administrator. So among the 5 of you, you're really best positioned to understand what the pros and cons are of putting 2 ballot measures and the appetite of your residents. The only way to be unequivocally sure would be to run a polling measure, like actual community-based scientific survey that a company would come in and do polling. So that is in your quiver of options that you have as well. So I just want to put all that out there because once again, we're navigating through the budget season. We're talking about revenue. We're talking about those levers you can pull. These 2 tax measures could be part of that. But tonight is meant to be an ongoing conversation, so we're looking for feedback on the approach. We're looking for feedback on the language. We're looking for feedback on one ballot measure versus two. We're looking for feedback on the percentages. Anything that you want to offer feedback on, we will continue to modify these as we go through the process. And Brian, I'm sure, is going to talk about when you ultimately would have to adopt a resolution, sending these in to the ballot. So thank you for letting me go for that. I thought it was important to have that structural overview of the two measures. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Mayor?
You may.
All right. So we're going to start with the, as you mentioned in your comments, the transaction and use tax. By way of background, the city's current transaction use tax is 1.5%, and the way that that has been structured is that it would remain in effect for 20 years from 2020, so that'll be in effect until 2040. And pursuant to the direction of council at your meeting in April, council's being requested to discuss the draft ordinance and resolution, which are in the packet, and which would submit to the voters a ballot measure that would increase the, I'm going to call this the TUT tax, to stand for transaction and use tax, by 0.375%. So then that would bring the total tax to 1.875%. This would require an approval by a majority of the voters. Next slide, please. This is a ballot question. I'm going to read the entire question because this is critical, because this is what will be seen by the voters if you vote to present the ballot measure. So the question: shall the measure funding the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea's general government purposes, such as, for example, infrastructure improvement, public safety, and other general municipal purposes, increasing the, I'll call it TUT tax rate by 0.375%, so that the total tax rate is 1.875%, extending the duration of such tax so that it remains in effect until ended by voters. I remember my earlier comment about the current one is to expire in 2040. And the 1.875% providing approximately $9,437,087. So that's the total amount of the revenue that would be derived from the 1.875% be adopted. So that's the question they would need to answer. There would be in their ballot a yes or a no to that question. Next slide, please. So the votes required under Proposition 218, since this would be a general tax, first of all, in terms of the vote by the council, the law requires that it be 2/3, and with a member, with a 5-member council, that means 4 affirmative votes would have to approve the resolution to put this ballot measure before the voters. And then, as I mentioned in my prior comment, the ballot measure would then proceed to a vote of the electorate, and it would require a majority vote, a simple majority, 50+1, and that the next general election is on November 3rd, 2026. Next slide, please. So in order to submit the measure to the voters, the council would need to adopt the resolution, and just by way of summary of that resolution, it would submit the measure to the voters with an ordinance increasing the rate by 0.375%. It would request the consolidation of that ballot measure with the municipal election on November 3rd, statewide. And thirdly, it would authorize the drafting of the primary arguments by all or some council members, directing the city attorney to draft an impartial analysis of the measure, and then authorizing rebuttal arguments. Next slide. This is a question that comes up from time to time, and when you're dealing with ballot measures, it's important to kind of forecast that now. Obviously, if the council would vote to approve the measure to go onto the ballot, we'll spend even more time on it. But for our purposes today, I will say that once the measure is certified to appear on a particular election ballot, the city is prohibited from spending any city resources to support or oppose the ballot measure. The city can provide information to the public in a neutral and unbiased manner and in a format that is not argumentative. This involves utilization of the city's standard methods of communication. Next slide. So this is the ordinance. I have it here in a red line so you can see what the changes are. The ordinance would be attached to the resolution itself if it's going to be presented per your direction. And if you give that direction today, when it comes back to, it would be a clean version of the ordinance. But this is for you and the public to see what that change would be. And I'm not going to read every word on this slide, but the basic point here is that the tax would remain in effect. It says for a period of 20 years. That has been stricken from this section. Next slide. Here we have the change in the 1.5% to the 1.875%, striking the 20-year effective date and replacing it with the words "and remaining in effect until repealed by the voters of the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea." Next slide. Similar to the previous slide, this provides for the excise tax to be at a rate of 1.875%, increasing it from the current 1.5, striking the words about the limitation to a 20-year period, and including the words of remaining in effect until repealed by the voters of the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Next slide. And then the final amendment to your code would be the one you see here. Once again, striking the language about the 20-year limitation and saying it remains in effect until repealed by the voters. So that repeal by the voters would be, again, by a simple majority vote, so 50% plus one if the voters ever wanted to end the sales tax and the TUT tax. All right, next slide. So here's an election timeline. Now, I'm not going to read to you from the entire slide, but as you can see, we're today talking about the draft resolution. If you give direction, it'll come back to you at your meeting in June. There would be a deadline for adoption in July, so if for whatever reason, if you give direction tonight to bring it back in June for adoption, and there were still some questions, there would still be a time period to allow for further conversation on it. Then the public engagement would be during the July to October period, and then in August would be that would be the period where the primary ballots are being ballot arguments are being submitted. I would be providing an impartial analysis of the measure as well, and then the election day is November 3rd. Next slide. So the recommendation is to discuss the attached draft resolution and the ordinance that would increase the TUT tax by 0.375 to a total of 1.875. And then a motion to provide direction to staff regarding whether or not the draft resolution should be presented to you at your meeting on June 2nd. And further, whether to submit the draft ordinance to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for review. That's something that we would recommend in case they see something in the ordinance that they would have a question about, because they're the ones that administer the tax. Next slide. Well, that's all I have to say on my opening comments. I can respond to questions.
Thank you. Somebody want to kick it off? Sure. Alissandra, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions. The first is for Brian, and I believe the second is probably for Brandon. So I believe I read in the agenda packet that if this does pass, it becomes effective 10 days after the November 3rd election. Is that correct? Because usually it feels like most of these things take effect on January 1st of the following year. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Well, the resolution itself would take effect immediately. The ordinance would take effect, I don't know where, I don't recall seeing the 10 days. It would be adopted on if it's adopted by the voters, the adoption date would be November 3rd. I'll need to get back to you on the effective date. The 10 days is not ringing a bell, but it may be in here. And
I read it somewhere, but I just wanted to confirm that because it seemed unusual.
Okay.
I'll still go to my second question. Brandon, so assuming this passes, we are looking at, it would make $1,887,417. So we were looking at half that amount, or is that the amount for this shortened condensed period?
That's the annual amount. So whenever the ballot measure became effective, you would just use the math to, so if it became, 6 months into the year, you'd get half of that.
Split about
Yeah,
that. Okay,
right.
just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Yep.
Jeff?
Thank you. Brian, your staff report uses the term of art certified to appear. What does that mean?
That means when it's been submitted to the county and it's been approved for inclusion in the ballot measure.
So if we approved it, like your last chance date is July 7th, so if we approved it at that meeting, not the June meeting, but on the July 7th date, certified to appear means July 8th or 9th or some point right after July 7th or on July 7th?
My advice would be that once you vote to, if you vote to approve the resolution to submit it to the county, that we use that as day one as your starting point and not spend any public funds at that time.
And second question is, I know that you talk about this in the staff report, but I was hoping for a couple more words from your report. Submit the draft ordinance to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for review.
Yes.
So that's something that we would do, like we could do that tonight,
Yes.
and then we'd get a verdict back from them before the June meeting.
That's the hope, yes.
That's the hope, but, okay. And they'll tell us, so that's like a little insurance policy on, we haven't missed a number in our municipal code or.
Exactly. It's an opportunity, since the state is the one that administers the tax, it is our practice to submit these modifications by the ordinance to the state to have them reviewed, and that's our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Hans?
Brian, I had a question here. Can we put the language of the ballot measure back up, Nova?
So the ballot question, that would be.
The ballot question, yeah. Yeah. So what struck me about this was the language of the question makes it sound like we're raising $9.4 million of net new revenue. I think these kinds of subtleties and language things in these kinds of ballot questions, I think matter. And so I would very much prefer if there was a way to make it the 1.9 million. And my question is, sort of my assumption when I was reviewing this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, was that the total was listed because you're removing the sunset provision on the entire sales tax. And so my question was, is there a way to structure this so that we could just list the incremental revenue?
The answer is that we've listed the total amount for the very reason you said, is that you, as presented, if it remains in effect until ended by the voters, that would be an increase in the tax that you currently have, because that tax ends in 2040.
But for example, if we said that this tax ended in 2040 and the previous sales tax already ends in 2040, could we list the 1.9 million?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, that's a tentative yes. I'd have to review it, but I mean, just sitting here, that I can tell you that the logic that went into drafting of this ballot question was based upon the assumption that it was going to be a tax that would be remaining in effect until ended by the voters, which would be a modification of your existing code. I'll get back to you with a 100% answer on that one at your next meeting, if we're going to have a next meeting on it. But my understanding is that that's the reason why you see the 9 million instead of the 1.9 million.
Brian, perhaps one thing you could look into also, is there a way to write it so that it breaks out the two, so that the 0.375 increase is representative of 1.9 million, the existing tax is representative of however much that is?
There's a limitation on the words, on the word count of, I think it's 75, I'd have to check it. If that is the will of the council, I could see if we could maybe change a few of these words to get that in there.
Well, I guess I'll wait for my comments.
I did have the same exact question as Hans for the same reasons. The other question is, if we don't put this on the ballot in November, when is our next chance to have it on the ballot?
Well, there's a problem in that if the county were to or one of the other countywide agencies were to adopt a measure, well, to present a measure and it gets adopted by the voters, there might not be an increment that's available.
And so I'll follow, that's a third question, but still on my first question, I'll say it. If we decide not to do this or some other tax in November, when is the next chance to have a tax increase of some sort on a ballot?
I believe it would be 2 years from November.
So there's no off-year opportunities?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll put that on my list of questions, but
Yeah, we'll need to look into that because I believe Monterey is doing a June
That's why I'm asking the
special
question.
election for sales tax.
I'm not sure if it makes a difference if they're a charter city or not.
Yeah,
No,
right.
we in fact, did Measure C also on the primary date in 2020, which was, I think it was in March that year. So we, right at the beginning of the pandemic,
My memory on that one is that there was some kind of an emergency declaration that went in to that, and there, I can certainly, if there's a need to drill down into what happened in 2020, we can do that, but I do have a recollection that had something to do with a declaration of an emergency.
But we'll get you your answer on when the soonest is we could come, whether that's a special election or if we have to wait for the regular election.
Thank you. And then the third question, Brian, you teed it up, is I understand that this .375 is available because right now it's TAMC's money and there's a cap. And I mean, you can maybe explain that a little bit better. But the real question is, it's the use it or lose it question. That if we don't put this on this ballot, the theory is that somebody else can. And I don't understand what that means. Can some other agency, tell me what they can do.
Not another city, but the county, or there's other taxing agencies within the county could present a ballot measure that would use up the increment. So I think that's.
So for example, if MST, Monterey Salinas Transit, decided to do that and they put something on the ballot, that would be countywide, and that it would be a countywide vote. So even if the residents of Carmel don't support it, it would still go into effect if it's a majority vote within the county?
Yes, that's my understanding. The other taxing agencies that are within the county would be the Monterey Salinas MST Special Transit District and the Monterey Transportation Safety, Transportation and Use Tax.
I guess, so that, if you, maybe that's just another one to clarify that, because my question is, can one of those agencies have a countywide election, and as long as the majority of voters in the county agree to it, it applies to every municipality? Or do they have to win every municipality by a majority vote within each municipality?
I believe the answer is it's a majority vote of the county voters, but I'll look at that.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have a question? I saw you pushing the button there.
Well, I think it's worthwhile. Jeff, do you want to ask your questions? I think they're good questions.
So I was gonna wait until, so I asked my questions.
Okay.
And I was gonna wait until after public comment.
Let's go ahead and do
To
that.
have,
Okay.
I got some answers from Brian, and I was gonna ask, I was gonna wait.
I'm at the same place, so let's go public comment now.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Thank you all for what you do. Nancy Toomey here. Just a question on my own personal behalf. When we get to the point where you're actually submitting the packages to the county for ballot use, who crafts the rebuttal wording and how is that? What's the process for that? Can anybody craft rebuttal wording, et cetera? So I have no familiarity with that, but I suppose I could look it up online. So that's one question. And then I think the other was really kind of digging into the path that Bob was going, which is to really make sure that as this information is communicated broadly to the community, that we understand the use it or lose it implications and what all that means, because I got a whole lot of questions on that in the last week, because I was confused myself about how that works. And also the clarity that is now available that specifies that this is an incremental local sales tax increase, because there was confusion based upon last month's session, but this is clearer now, so that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Anybody else? Anybody online?
There's no hands raised online.
All right. All right, let's have our discussion. Jeff, you want to start off?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I did have the opportunity this afternoon after my meeting with Brandon to ask Brian about a couple of questions. The first was, who are the possible players in gobbling up the 0.375% of sales tax margin that the city has remaining? Basically, school districts are not, so there's no chance of having CUSD coming through or any other school district coming through and taking the 375%. Brian sent me a list of what seems like a comprehensive list of all the transaction and use taxes in the state, but there's a section of it from Monterey County, and basically in our area it's MST. So it's MST. There's another safety, transportation, and use tax. The thing lists a Monterey County, an unincorporated Monterey County TUT, but it's not clear that that applies to us. So it's basically our undoing and MST. So I'm not sure, Brian, given what you sent me, whether or not Monterey County actually has the ability to even come in here and levy a tax. Now that I'm sitting here and explaining it to Hans.
My understanding is that they can do that, and it would apply if the city had not already used its tax increment. So if you were not, that's like the use it or lose it concept. If the county should increase, have a successful ballot measure, that would mean that they've gobbled up the increment that the city would have been able to get if you had put on a ballot measure that was passed by the Carmel voters.
The second question, thank you. The second question was, what happens if someone else comes in and takes it? So if there's another agency comes in and takes it, and I was hoping for the answer that I didn't get, which was that the second agency would be prohibited from coming in, but the answer is the first agency that takes it gets it. So if MST, we're looking at my MST rep, our MST rep, if MST were to come in and raise their tax from 0.125%, is that what it is now, to 0.5%, for example, that's not going to happen. We would be unable to get that 0.375% back. And the corollary to that question, Hans, was what happens if Monterey passes their sales tax and
PG
and MST comes in and wants 0.5%, and Monterey has already at the cap. And Brian's answer to me was that MST would collect the tax everywhere except Monterey. So that was not the answer. I was hoping for a different answer, but the answer is, in that case, in the case of Monterey, like Monterey got there first, and so Monterey gets the tax, and MST would levy their tax everywhere else in the county. And then the corollary to that was what happens if MST and Carmel both put a sales tax measure on the ballot at the same time and they both pass? And the answer to that is that outcome is unknown. It's a known unknown. There are directions in the materials that Brian sent me that direct the Franchise and Tax Board to the Attorney General for an opinion as to what exactly would happen if a situation like that arose. So,
Those are fantastic questions. Thank you for it.
so that's the answer to the.
Just some
those
color.
questions.
As your MST representative, I think the good news is the MST board would have to approve it. The MST board is made up of representatives from all the cities and one representative from the county. So it's probably not going to happen in the short term.
Yeah, as the old representative to the board when before we swapped, and these sort of sales tax, these MST tax discussions have been sort of happening in the background. I assume since you've been on it, they're still happening sort of in the background about doing polling. Before MST adopted the tax, some number of years ago, there was a significant amount of polling and whatnot that they did. And they adopted the tax, it was 0.125%. They needed 66%, I think. They did all this polling and they got 67%. So they were right on the money. So I think honestly, the chances of them getting more than an eighth, more than the 0.125 are probably pretty small. So my guess is they would be really reluctant to have a measure on the ballot that said, we're gonna go from an eighth to a quarter, we're gonna raise taxes to fund transportation.
So would you like to summarize your thinking then of where your head's at with this?
I would summarize my thinking by say, I think we should do one of the two things. I have conflicting things running around in my head as to I'm gonna call it the sales tax, either the sales tax or the TOT my feeling is like we should do one of them, and only one of them. Somewhat wedded to that idea. I agree with the statements that I heard Brandon say from the consultants and from just a couple of constituents about that having two tax measures on the ballot seems odd, and I would hate to have people guess and make have half the people make one guess and half the people make the other guess. I'm not 100% wedded to that idea. My thinking right now is I would prefer to see the TOT. Like I'm a little bit skeptical about acting based on fear, and I think that acting based on the fear that someone else is going to come collect our money. I think that's generally a bad way to operate in general. Like fear-based operation is bad, but I'm not. I'm more set in stone in my opposition to two ballot measures than I am in the choice of ballot measures. I do think as since I have the floor that this we have a sort of I would thank the council for agendizing this back in February after I talked about it and getting started early. So I'm very appreciative of being able to have this conversation over the course of a number of meetings rather than just one meeting, which is what happened 2 years ago. Very, very appreciative. I think, in general, I think that we should have this conversation today and postpone the final, have staff move forward with both ballot measures until we get to July, so that we can continue to hear from the community and see what happens, and then make sort of a final decision as we have more conversations about 1 or 2, 0 or 1 or 2, 2. So my preference here would definitely be to have Brian submit the ballot measure to the state like he talked about, to make sure it's copacetic, and to continue to direct him to taking another step to putting it on the ballot.
Okay.
I do have a question. Do we have to allow the arguments? So we have we have two pro arguments and then two rebuttal. We have a pro argument and a con argument, and then we have rebuttals to both.
You have a primary argument and.
Which the council would sort of figure out how to do, which I'll ask a question about.
You could choose to do that. There's the default process if you don't, but it's set forth in the resolution, looks like page 338 of your packet, where it describes the primary arguments, and under the elections code, the city would authorize one or more members of the council to author that primary argument, and either the same or different person to submit the rebuttal argument to the arguments against the measure. So that's how you set up the primary and the rebuttal arguments.
And it would, so if we wanted to have, so let's say that so Bob and Hans are on the finance subcommittee. And let's say we tasked Bob and Hans with going back into the back and working with staff to come up with a primary argument, 300 words, right? Would their names appear on the ballot, or how would we get more names on the ballot? Do we need to have them bring back their primary argument to the city? And then the council would vote on, like if I sent the two of them to the back, how do I get my name onto the ballot as a supporter of the measure?
If you're going to move forward with this, I'll get you the answer at your next meeting. I've typically seen it that the two authors' names are the ones that are on the ballot to show for the argument, excuse me. Now, whether or not you wanted all council members to be on it, that's probably going to have to be a decision that the entire council would need to weigh in on it. So
sure.
If you wanted to have, designate two people now, for example, to start on the primary argument and bring it back to the entire council at your meeting in June and have the entire council weigh in on it. You don't need to make that final decision today.
Do rebuttals, like the rebuttal argument seems to be more time compressed. That would operate the same way, or you can find that out by next month.
Okay.
A note, back in 2019, when we were doing this for the 2020 ballot, and Brian is right, as I remember, we did declare a fiscal emergency back in 2018, so 2019, so that's how I think that's how we got it onto the primary ballot, I think. No, it wasn't a special election, it was on the statewide primary ballot. I would say, relative to the sort of argument, these ballot argument questions, we had, back in 2019, at the beginning of 2019, we had like at least 2, if not 3 meetings where the 5 of us wordsmithed the 300 words that were going into the ballot book, and it was really terrible. Like it was a terrible process. It wasn't really divisive. It's just, you can imagine having 5 authors trying to write 300 words. So I would definitely, I would say I'm interested in having all the supporters sign, I think the ballot argument looks stronger if 4 or 5 of us sign it rather than one of us sign it. So I think we should investigate that. I would also be in favor of, like, you two are on the finance committee, I would be in favor of just sending you back somewhere and having the ballot argument come like 2/3 finished before, rather than just having it start. I think you guys are familiar with the finances of the city and how to structure stuff with voters and stuff like that. You're elected officials, you ran campaigns. And so that would be my preference as to how we sort of make it to how we sort of jumpstart that conversation.
All right, so I heard you say, Jeff, that you're not going to be making a decision tonight about which tax you want. You want to get more input from people out there and give it some more thought.
Yeah.
Correct, okay. You were against moving based on fear, and you also seem to be, at this point, for having only one of the 2 options.
I feel like I could be you know, I really, like, I'm really undecided on all those things, and I really want to hear,
Okay.
I really do want to hear from the
All
four of
right,
you.
let's go around. Bob, why don't you go next? Thank you, Jeff. That was
Yeah, it
very, very
helpful,
good.
Jeff. Yeah, I'm probably in the same place for now. I'm in support of either or both. I'm not in support of neither, right? I know we have needs. I know that they're legitimate. I know we are focused on finding operational savings in the existing budget and the existing team, here, the existing staff, and we have to continue to do that because the voters will want to see that. And, you know, I've only seen a year of progress there. We need to see more. But what I feel like I'm deep enough into the numbers to know that if we are serious about addressing our really monumental deferred maintenance infrastructure problems before they, tank us completely, we need revenue. And this is one of the levers we've got. So I would say let's keep both going. Let's do agendize it again in June. Let's not wait for July, but let's keep the conversation going. I don't think there's any more important conversation to have. The merits of doing one versus two, I understand well. I think there's a lot of wisdom in making really, really, really sure that if we do both, we feel really positive that both could be successful. And what I heard you is that it's my same concern is that people will choose one or the other, not both, and in the end, you just lose both. I think this November election is going to be, there's a lot of tax issues out there, being talked about at the state level, at the federal level, and the school board is going out. They've got the same argument that we have a ton of deferred maintenance and we need a lot of money. So that's going to be on there. So the more tax measures, the worse. And I think there's just going to be a lot of stuff in the press, especially with a lot of wealth taxes and transfer taxes, mansion taxes, vacancy taxes. All those things are in the news right now. So that's working against us. As I think about it, the TOT is probably an easier. I think it's a little easier for the voters. Our voters are all residents and citizens of this town. I hear it every day. They're feeling over-touristed and starting to connect some dots to visit Carmel, which is funded by a 2% assessment that's assessed by the Lodging Association and a little bit more by the Residents Association. And they're just feeling that all that marketing is just driving more people into town. And that if we can't stop the marketing, well, then maybe we just need to get more money out of it. Via a lodging tax. And the residents, unless they're deciding to spend the night at one of the hotels, they don't pay the tax. So, whereas the sales tax, we pay. And it's not a big number at all, but nonetheless, it's something that we do pay. So I sort of lean a little bit more towards that one. I also know we've probably got a better organized opposition on the TOT. So I think we just have to keep talking about it, and I hope more people show up and give us their opinions on it as we go forward. I think that's it. I think that's where I'm at.
So the fear factor isn't driving you at all, or?
Yeah, well, Jeff, it was really helpful that, not yet. I mean, I think Brian's going to get us some more answers on the sales tax, the TOT, whether I should be afraid. I don't think I'm afraid of MST. Just because, again, I don't see a majority of the board supporting it when they all represent the cities as it is. And it's a big board. I mean, so I think it's unlikely to happen in the near term, if at all. But I want to make sure MST is the only one out there that, like I said, if the county can do something, that, I am afraid of that.
But you're not thinking, let's do it now so that somebody doesn't do it at some point in the future? You're willing to let it?
I need more information, but
Okay.
based on what I've heard so far, I think I'm not afraid that we have to jump on it before the other one, but.
You're neutral?
But I'm listening.
Okay. All right, Hans?
Yeah, so I was initially totally uninterested in the sales tax option. When we were down in the conference room and the staff brought it up and, they were making some noises about it and I wasn't really understanding it. We already raised the sales tax twice in the past 10 or 15 years. And, but this dynamic about the cap and the use it or lose it notion, I think it's changed my thinking a little bit. So I don't think MST will do it for the reasons that you talked about. But I do think that the probability of the county doing it and taking this sales tax increment, in the next 2 to 4 years is like reasonably high. I mean, they recently had a hiring freeze. They're talking about raising their TOT. Transfer tax. The other thing is that the stock market is at an all-time high. And so I feel like there could be some market headwinds coming up, which would exacerbate the situation for them, where they'd be looking around for some additional revenue. So my thinking now is that if there's a reasonable chance that they could snatch up this increment, then basically if we as residents of Carmel are gonna pay this anyway, and that's, I think, what we need to kind of assess. And, Brian, I very much want to just make sure that the county is one of the groups that can step in and snatch it up. But if that's the case, again, if we're going to pay it anyway, then I'd like that money to stay in Carmel. Bob, you said it before, so much, as a general law city, so many of our revenue streams are pretty capped and limited. And so, the sales tax, there's literally a state cap on, we only get 1.5% of the 9.25% that we pay. Only 1.5% comes to the city. On property taxes, we only get 6% of the property taxes that we pay, right? So we have these limitations and, this has become interesting to me and more compelling than I would have thought. So I haven't made like a final decision on it, but I agree with you. I think we should continue to push it forward so that the option remains. And some of these questions, Brian, if we can kind of sharpen our pencil, some of the questions that Jeff asked, getting from a tentative answer to a firmer answer, I think that would be very helpful. In general, I just think there's a lot of different factors at play. I mean, we need a couple of things to land before we can put the picture together. So I think this is the right move, is just to kind of continue to go down the road on this. And obviously, I don't think we even can make a final decision tonight, but some of the things that, we need to firm up. So first, again, I'm going to continue saying this because people tune in that don't follow this stuff religiously and they come to a meeting and they haven't been here, but we have spent the past half year, in our finance committee looking at deferred maintenance, and the staff has really done a great job of trying to sharpen their pencil on what those numbers look like. And it's about $100 million of deferred maintenance. And we've talked about this in past meetings, but it's roads, it's sidewalks, it's beach infrastructure, it's our stormwater system. It's things that people talk to us about all the time when we're elected officials. Can you fix these things? And so what I want to talk about here is kind of the process for us. We need to come to a long-term plan to deal with those things. I think our 5-year CIP plan, the capital improvement budget, I think it did that. we need to all make sure that that's where we're headed. And that was in the neighborhood of $10 million a year for the next 10 years, which makes sense. $100 million, you know, over a reasonable time scale, you're gonna have to be talking about those kinds of numbers. We just need to make sure that we all agree that that's the right amount and the right approach. That's like the foundational step. And then the next step is, how are you gonna pay for that extra capital investment? And there's basically 4 options, and we need to pick 3 out of the 4. There are budget cuts, sales tax, TOT, and paid parking. And, you know, we aren't even gonna talk about paid parking until June. I hope that can be a pretty robust presentation as opposed to just like a tentative initial conversation. But again, I think the math on this, and I've shown it before on a screen, I'm not gonna do it tonight, you basically have to pick 3 of those 4 things. We also don't talk about the budget until tomorrow night, right? And so it would be interesting to get some buy-in on how much. So we had a policy where when this council was seated, the budget had us spending 100% of operating expense, 100% of revenue on operating expenses. And we then last year implemented a 90-10 policy where we reallocated and said, hey, we're gonna cap operating expenses at 90% of revenue. And this year, we encouraged the staff, hey, can you at least present to the council a budget that's capping operating expenses as 85% of revenue? In other words, 15% goes to capital expenditures. And so that has not been really daylighted to the council yet. Tomorrow night, it's gonna be the first time that we talk about that. And so we need to figure out some of these different pieces to figure out we have to count to $10 million if we decide that that's where we wanna go. And I don't know, I was talking to Brandon about when this actually happens, and it's actually one of the challenges, because your paid parking's in June, but you really want us to have this discussion at the budget workshop. So I think we should be prepared to do that. You know, we've kind of been, I don't want to say it pejoratively, but we've had the luxury of a bit of time because Jeff helpfully forced this discussion early, which was great. And now I think we need to be prepared in that meeting to sort of have all of these different things land. So I don't think we need to make the decision tonight. Personally, where do I stand? Very similar to all of you. I could go with one or the other or both. I'm probably a little bit more open to both because I feel like we're all gonna be campaigning, you know? You and I are gonna go knock at everyone's door in the town so we can make the case. I think we all believe in this deferred maintenance problem. And I think that that's a case that can be made. I believe in the residents and, you know, they're smart people. And I think if we make that case to them, I think they'll understand it. So, yeah, I think it'll be a very interesting budget workshop.
Sure should. Ellie?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Hans, for presenting that the way you did. Excellent. As Hans just said, and we've been hearing again and again when we've been discussing the budget, the city really needs the money. When you look at the sales tax for the 0.375% increase, just taking, for example, if you got a $6 cup of coffee at a coffee house, that would be an extra 2 cents that you would pay. If you had a $100 dinner, it would be an extra 38 cents that you would pay. I think that we should continue to move forward on both, and I share the same arguments that I've heard from my fellow council members. I think we do have a sophisticated, smart group of residents in our community, just as a whole. And I think that they are sophisticated enough to be able to understand 2 separate tax measures on the ballot at the same time in November 2026. I think having it presented in the voter's guide with the arguments that we're gonna all work on, and I do agree with Jeff that the finance team should be key in writing it, but we should all author it, assuming that we go forward with that. In our budget book, it says that 76% of our residents have at least a BA degree, and I've seen statistics that say it's an even higher amount in the 90s. So I think people can be able to understand the arguments, and frankly, all of us explaining and having the media as well, get the message out about not only the whole deferred maintenance, but how we as a council are trying to tackle it. And it's going to be a 10-year plan, ideally. And as Hans just mentioned, we basically need 10 million each of those 10 years to be able to handle all of the items. And I know this will be a bit repetitive, but our city infrastructure, these sort of things have been put off for years, and we need to address. We've got 8 million for beach maintenance and repairs. We have our streets that need to be in better condition. There's certainly improvements in preventative maintenance we can do. And we're basically asking everybody to do their share in this. There's 4 options we can do, and we're still going to make the final decisions, but I would be open to the 2. And just one other side note, I do agree with Hans and Bob about if there's a way we can put in that 1.887 million in the ballot question. It just makes it a little bit clearer when you get to that total number of the 9.4 million. So that's basically where I'm at. I think we're all as a whole kind of pretty much in a similar spot in how we're analyzing this, and look forward to our future discussion tomorrow and then at our June council meetings.
Thank you. I think that, I personally think the sales tax is and you put it in good terms, Ally. I think it's pretty clear that it's a good way to get, 1.9 million, which is 20% of what we need. I'm still mixed on the TOT, but I could be talked into it. I think to play off of what Hans is heading towards, that 10 million is a big number, and in the out years, it starts getting significant. I mean, the first couple is going to be fine, but if we start chewing into our reserves, I think the number is bigger than 100 million, because we haven't accounted for cost of living or inflation based on what I've seen, and inflation at 6 to 10% could be chewing 6 million out of our 100 million every year. So I think we need to think big. And I think if we don't, we're going to really find ourselves in a bad place in 3-4 years. So I really would like to get a better feel for how many of us think that we could do 2. Because I think we need to really start thinking about that now, not wait till June. So I don't know if any of you are ready to say that, but I think that's a big deal. I think that's really where we're at, is are we going to go for 1 or 2? And then if we're going to go for 1, which one? I also have some concerns about the language. Could you put it up? It's sort of a baseline to start talking about the language. Because
You're talking about the ballot question?
Yeah, she's got something she could put up there. I basically cut it down to the bare bones and simple as possible. I was a little uncomfortable with actually giving examples of what we're going to use the money for, because somebody could come back and say, hey, you're saying how you're going to use the money, and that's a higher threshold. And I don't, if we have sophisticated voters, I'm not sure we have to tell them what municipal purposes are, but.
Well, that would be, if we did strike that language, it would give us a few more words to insert the 1.9 million being raised from the 0.375.
So one of my points is I think they should be similar. I don't think we should have different logic in where things show up in the question, because the question's already just 2 words at the end, and it's sort of confusing to me. So I cut it back. I think you're going to have to add some words back into the sales tax one, because of the length, how long it's going to go, the termination. That's why you added both of them together in that. But, and we don't have to decide this tonight, but I'm just put that up there, that I think as simple as we can make it is better. And as short as we can. As it turns out, the second one's longer. But also, I think if you're going to use the 1.9 million in the second one, you should probably use how much we're adding in the first one too, so it's consistent. It also shows that it's easier for us to go out and talk to voters that says, hey, there's 2 million here and 2 million there. That's 4 million out of the 10 we need. That's why we need 2 if we're going that direction. If you just lump everything together, you can't make that argument. Like, what are we adding?
I would only mention that I don't believe you have a time limit on your TOT, so I'm looking at the ballot question for that, and we've said extending the duration of the tax. So I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, take a look. This is for
Yeah,
next,
that-
maybe you come back with something as simple as you think we can get away with.
Yeah, well, wouldn't get away with, you mean that's legal, right?
Well, I mean that, I mean that, because in some cases it said, be careful what you're saying about how you're gonna use the money. If
Understood.
you're saying you're gonna use
I
it for,
think-
we might use it for something different.
May I?
Go ahead.
I think this is, as I said before, I'm struggling with trying to decide which one and trying to decide one or two. I'm more set on the one versus two, but that's a little bit flexible. But I think having these two things up here at the same time, I think what would help me like be closer to a decision next month would be to see what these paragraphs are going to look like. Like, I think that you, Hans, raised a really important point about the 1.9 million versus the 9 point whatever million. And I think so that's a conversation that, if that you and Bob could have, if the two of you are going to do it, that you and Bob could have with Brian, and see, like, and I think that Dale's point that these things should kind of look like, if we were going to do two, I think they should look kind of the same. I think that's a valid point. But I think also, again, from my perspective, like seeing the two of them up there on the same piece of paper with the same sort of layout of the arguments would help me decide which one I think which one at least would have a better chance, which is one of my criteria about how I would make those two decisions. So maybe we could, I don't know, maybe the two of you could have something ready by next month.
Shouldn't take that long.
Yeah, and for the packet next month, and we could sort of.
Yeah, I think Dale's given us a really good start. I mean, these both, they have the same format, they're both focused on the increment. I think that's the main thing, so I think it's a good starting point. I agree with you, Jeff, I would love to see that.
Yeah, I think that would really help me.
Okay.
But there are some legal requirements about what has to be in there,
Exactly.
so what I could do is take the form that I'm seeing. I get the point about having them look similar, but there's some sections that will have to be different.
Absolutely.
And there's some sections that are legally required to be included. So I think I'm hearing the council, and I can certainly draft that and circulate it for everybody to comment on, but anyone who wants to send me suggestions, I can.
Is the council happy with Bob and Hans taking the lead on the wording issues that we need to do by June?
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
think this is easier than the.
Show of
300
hands,
words.
everybody's in favor? All right, good. All right, so you
Our next FSW meeting is a week from Wednesday. Yeah.
So
you can do the 300 words by next month too. Also, before we end this, Brian did send me this special notice and I didn't have the time to read it until just now. And there is language in here, Hans, that so I'm going to correct myself, and I'm going to ask Brian to verify that this language is correct in this notice, and I'll ask Brian to send this to all five of us. But there is a sentence in here that says, for instance, if a county proposes a new tax that would cause the combined district tax rate in a single city within that county to exceed 2%, the Board of Equalization cannot administer the new county tax. So that contradicts what I said before when I said I thought I had bad news. So if Monterey, so what I read into this is if Monterey passes if the sales tax measure passes in Monterey on primary day, that will prevent someone else that includes Monterey from raising their sales tax.
Including Monterey County, you mean?
I'm sorry?
Monterey County would be able to.
Correct.
Right.
So Monterey County MST wouldn't be able to go higher than an eighth of a percent. Any district that included, and the language that Brian uses defines the word district, no district that includes both Carmel and Monterey would be allowed to raise their sales tax.
The only thing I would say is, just to reiterate to Brian, I guess I'd love to have some council direction, like if we could just make sure that we dot the i's and cross the t's on all of those questions, that maybe send something to all of us. I think that would be really helpful.
So Brian, I will send you, I get what you're saying, I'll send you those correct.
Sure.
Based on what I heard tonight.
Understood.
And then you can work with it with the stewardship committee. I'm a little surprised that we didn't get more support for the sales tax. I really would like to, time's gonna fly. It's gonna go faster than we think, and we're gonna need to start making decisions. So I think I heard reasonable support for sales tax, but I think Ally put it in a pretty clear way that it's not significant in terms of impact on any of the residents in terms of how much it's gonna be. I really would like to start locking some of this down. I'm open on the TOT to hearing the arguments, but I'm not getting any clarification that the sales tax is a go. You
To
wanna
me,
wait?
it's a go. I mean, I'm supportive of both. I think we need to continue to have a conversation in June, especially after we've heard paid parking, about just the wisdom of doing 2 versus 1.
Okay.
And I'm just not,
So it's
I haven't made up my mind. I'm still open to 2.
Okay, so it sounds like a lot of us, a majority is still open to 2.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to start getting some narrowing down of options. Okay, good. Great discussion, everybody. Are we still going to do the TOT segment of this?
Yeah.
The TOT is on
It's
the
next one.
agenda?
Okay, so
Yeah.
we sort of covered both in this one, but.
Well, we did, but
All right,
there's
so
some.
we're going to open up the next, I think we're ready to close this off.
Bit before we go there, I would ask for council direction on whether to submit the draft ordinance to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for review. I think that would be helpful. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to approve that as a ballot measure, but I wouldn't want to wait and to do that later.
Do you want a show of hands?
I'd rather hear a motion.
Okay, go ahead and make the motion.
Okay, that would be a motion to authorize.
No, we'll approve it, you make it.
Okay, well,
You
whoever
wanna
wants to do it.
You want to make a stab at it, Jeff?
I'll find it and just make it. Hold on a second. You go to the right page.
It's at the end of the recommendation.
I'll make a motion to submit the draft ordinance to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for review.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delps?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, anything else we need to give you, Brian, before we move on?
I think I have all I need.
You've
I've
got-
got some
you've got-
questions to answer, and we'll get back to you in June.
Okay, good. All right, item 10, transient occupancy tax 2% increase measure. It's a discussion of draft resolution submitting to voters a measure to adopt a new 2% transient occupancy tax in addition to the existing 10% TOT, approving the form of the ordinance requesting that Monterey County Elections conduct the election and consolidate it with a statewide general election on November 3rd, 2026, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis and authorizing the drafting of primary arguments and rebuttals. We are here for discussion and direction.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I believe you've accurately summarized what the item is, so let's move into the background. The staff is requesting that the council discuss and provide direction regarding the draft resolution and ordinance, which is in your packet, which would be to submit to the city's qualified voters a ballot measure that would adopt a new 2% transient occupancy tax called the TOT, in addition to the existing 10%, if it were approved by a majority of the voters. Next slide. Here's the ballot question. I think we already had some discussion about that on the prior measure. So I will do my best to come up with some language that makes this ballot question symmetrical with the ballot question for the sales tax, so you can talk about them both. There are certain legal requirements of language that needs to be included, so I'll make sure that that is in there, and we'll take care of that for your next meeting, assuming you give direction to bring this back. Next item. This looks familiar to you from the last agenda item, so I'm not going to spend much time on it. It's going to take a 4/5 vote by the council to approve the resolution and a majority vote of the electorate because it would be a general tax. Next slide, please. And again, this is similar to, well, not similar, identical to the process that you would follow for a sales tax measure in terms of what the resolution would require. Although this one specifies it would be a TOT of 10% rather than the sales tax item. Next slide, please. So here are the changes that the ordinance would have. It would be that you would have a 10% that would be charged, that's existing, and then you would add language, I'll just read it. It says, plus a new tax in the amount of 2% of the rent charged by the operator for a total tax in the amount of 12% of the rent charged by the operator. The next slide. This is on the disposition of proceeds. It would add a subsection C to section 332.130, and it would say that the additional 2% that would be added by this ordinance number that we got from Nova shall be added to the general fund for usual and current expenses, so confirming that this is a general tax. Next slide. This is similar to what I mentioned previously about informational activities. Next slide. This is the same election timeline that you saw with regard to the sales tax measure. Next slide. The recommendation here is to discuss the draft resolution and ordinance relating to a potential ballot measure for a new TOT of 2% in addition to the existing 10, and to provide a motion to provide direction to staff of whether to return to the council in June with the resolution for the ballot measure to be submitted to the voters. And next slide. And I'm available for questions.
All right. Go ahead,
I
Hans.
have one quick question.
He was first with the button.
Just to pick up on Nancy's question, she was talking about the rebuttal. And I think I had forgotten that the rebuttal is actually the rebuttal to the opposition argument. So who has the opportunity to file the opposition argument?
I don't have it committed to memory, but there's a section in the elections code that has a priority, and the city clerk then, she may even know the answer to this, as to who's first in line if the council chooses not to, if you choose to support the measure, then the opposition would obviously not be filed by the council. It would be others. Nova, do you happen to recall what that process, what the priorities are? If not, I can bring it back to you at your next meeting.
I don't have that answer, so I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, as would I.
So basically, the city council would write the pro argument, then through this research you're gonna do, we'll figure out somebody would presumably submit an opposition argument, and then the city council would also write the rebuttal to that opposition argument.
Yes. Now, the comment was made, I heard about how with the rebuttal, there might be some compression on time and whether or not you would have time to bring it back to the entire council or not, because it is fairly, given that your meeting schedule is the way it's set up. So there might be a need for the rebuttal to be, you might want to designate a couple of council members to author the rebuttal.
Or we can have a special meeting.
Or you could have a special meeting.
I've got a question. We're still doing questions?
Yes, we're in
Okay.
questions.
Just on the last thing, I'm worried that we didn't do that motion correct, because we had in our packet that we should also direct staff whether to have the draft resolution and ordinance presented to the council for consideration for adoption at the June 2nd meeting. And I think we only included the second half, which was in whether to submit the draft ordinance to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for review. I just wanted to make sure if we did that correctly, so it will come back to the council in June?
Yeah, you make a good point. We could confirm that direction. I mean, I heard what you had said. The motion to present it to the state was something that we felt was needed because that's going to be an affirmative action we're going to take. We're going to send it to the state versus just bringing this item back for further discussion. But we could certainly return to that item and have that as a motion if you want to make it.
I think just to be safe, so we know that it's definitely for sure going to be on the June agenda, because it's
Yeah.
important to.
So do you want to return to that item now or wait until we finish this?
Let's finish this and we'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up.
So in the last item, there was an option to have you send the text of the tax to the sales tax, DUT, to the state to have them validate it. And you didn't present that as an option here, so I assume that's not an option here?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Public comment? You're back.
This is a really important issue for me. Today is my 80th birthday, and I'm not going out to dinner so that I can come here and support our council that I really appreciate has taken a stand on this and protecting our city and our residents. The council we have now are really good stewards of our town and our residents. I feel in the past, there might have been business influences that perhaps allowed this 10% tax to be allowed to go on for 30-plus years. And it's not just about the tax. It's about not allowing a certain group of businesses in this community to dictate what is in the best interest for our town. That's really important to me. And I have been a hotel owner. I understand what they're doing. When I was a hotel owner, it was a privilege for me to own a business and a property in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And I was happy to, and it was not a big deal to market because everybody in the world knows Carmel-by-the-Sea. I know there's a lot of talk of why it's necessary to pay this extra 2%. Well, that's their choice, but it has nothing to do with the tax that the city should get and that revenue to use to improve our city in whatever manner our city needs to be improved. And I feel very strongly about that. I appreciate that you are supporting those issues. The other thing that really upset me at the last meeting is that somebody got up and threatened the city that they'll be sorry if they continue to go ahead with that. I don't understand that. I just don't feel that that's good business or respectful. I think presenting these issues are very simple. I'm a very logical person. I'm a very visual person. If you make charts and break them down so that this is the city tax, hasn't been raised in 30 years. This is what the other cities, Half Moon Bay, 15%, South Lake Tahoe, 14%, et cetera. You go down, it's very clear. It should have nothing to do with room rates or what the hotels are making, what they're bringing, how much more money they're making for the city. That's wonderful. They're also making a lot more money. So the city gets the tax on that. I mean, to me, it's very clear. And it's not unreasonable because it's in the same line as what most other cities are paying. I don't understand it. I don't understand where they're coming from. I know what they're trying to say. I don't agree with it.
Okay, thank you.
As far as the sales tax, the same chart should be used, and that would make it, again, easy for people to see.
Thank you, Andy.
I don't feel there should be any negotiation in the tax. If the hotels wish to have an extra 2% for their own paying of advertising, which I never heard of this. We all pay as individual hotels for our advertising. But if they want to get it from their guests, fine. That has nothing to do with the city.
Thanks, Andy. Your time's up. Thank you.
Okay.
You're a minute over.
That's it.
Okay. Appreciate you being here. Anybody else? Anybody online? Okay.
Mark Watson, go ahead.
Mark, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Mark Watson with Inns-by-the-Sea, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Carmel Innkeepers Association regarding the proposed transient occupancy tax increase. On April the 22nd, we held a workshop attended by innkeepers representing more than 60% of the hotel rooms in Carmel, and the group voted unanimously to oppose placing a TOT increase on the ballot this fall. Our position is grounded in current performance and forward outlook. Over the 2 years following the city's last consideration of a TOT increase, TOT revenues grew approximately 23%, and current forecasts from Visit Carmel project an additional 11% increase in 2027. This level of growth reflects strong demand, continued reinvestment in our lodging product, and targeting our marketing efforts. Based on this momentum, we do not believe a tax increase is necessary at this time, and we are concerned it would risk undermining that progress that we have made. The local hotel community is not opposed to supporting the city's financial needs. There is broad support for exploring alternative revenue sources, including a potential sales tax increase, which we believe may have a more balanced impact across visitors and residents. And visitors, by the way, pay more than half of the increase in sales tax. We also want to be clear that our position is not inflexible. Should TOT growth fall below expectations in the coming years, the innkeepers have expressed a willingness to revisit this issue in 2028. We respectfully ask that the council consider the strength of our current TOT performance, the unified position of our lodging community, and the potential risks of a rate increase at this time. Thank you, and thank you for all you do for the city.
Thank you, Mark. I don't see any other hands up. Anybody else want to speak in the chamber? All right, let's bring it back for a discussion. Ally?
Thank you, Mayor. As we've discussed in our previous topic, the city has certain ways, especially as a general law city, that we can raise revenue. The city is also working on cutting the budget so that more money can go to this CIP. We just heard about sales tax, and the TOT is another one of the options or levers, as Brandon says, that we can use to bring in this money that we need. It feels like this is the time to do it, and we have to give it our best shot. And it seems like if we would ignore it, or not even try to go forward with it, we would be negligent because it's one of the options out there. I used the example breaking down what the sales tax increase would be, and looking at the 2% increase in the TOT. If there's a $400 hotel room, it would add $8 to the charge. If it's a $500 hotel room, it adds $10. It doesn't seem that that's a real deal breaker for a customer that's willing to spend that amount of money. If we don't go forward with the TOT now, we'll have to wait another 2 years again to try in 2028. And we're asking everyone to really do their part. The money is going to go towards the city infrastructure and deferred maintenance of at least $100 million, as we've heard. And furthermore, if our streets and city looks good, the hotels will benefit from that. I had two little items I wanted to mention. When we look at the ballot language, I agree that it's very important that it's parallel if we are going to do two. And in this one, we bring up the 1.9 million, but we don't give a total number. So I think we need to be consistent in however we formulate that. And then second, we were talking about who does the rebuttal. My guess would be the hotel industry or representative from them would be the ones to do the rebuttal. So that's just my summary on that.
Thank you. Hans, you want to go?
Yeah. Nova, do you think you could pull up that slide for me? I guess while she's pulling that up, Alissandra had a comment that something to the effect of basically like this is sort of shared sacrifice. And I think that's actually true. I have heard some comments. First of all, I have a lot of respect for the hoteliers. I think they actually do a great job. They've done the city a significant favor in helping themselves. They've really helped us. That growth that they've had in TOT revenue has been very meaningful for the city. So I don't want to discount that. But again, back to this point of shared sacrifice, we're talking about, this council having cut operating expenses, if we go with this budget, by 15%. Based on the trajectory that we had when we came into office, that's almost $6 million a year. We're asking for about a little less than $2 million on this TOT increase. So the residents reduced operating expenses, $6 million. We're asking for $2 million here. We're also thinking about the sales tax. I just think I think there is some shared sacrifice that's happening. The bigger point that I wanted to make is it's actually been a while. I looked back, this topic initially came up, to Jeff's credit, in February. And it's been a while. We've had subsequent meetings on it. But there was a staff report initially in that initial meeting that kind of benchmarked our TOT rate relative to other cities and jurisdictions. And, that one just hadn't come up in a while. And there were a couple things about it that I wanted to add some things. So I went and just kind of reconfigured it and collapsed it and did some additional research. And, to me, it's really not the argument about how long it's been since there's been an increase. I actually think Mark Watson has a point, which is based on that logic, taxes just spiral up and up forever. What's most compelling to me is just when I look at this graph and I say, I literally went to Google and AI and said, give me comparable luxury destination locations in California. And it gave me essentially this list, many of which were already on the staff's list. It wasn't like I was cherry picking, truly, this is not a cherry picked list. This is the list. And so when you go down, Half Moon Bay, their base TOT rate, 15%. Again, South Lake Tahoe, 14, Sausalito, 14, Beverly Hills, 14, San Francisco, 14. Just go down the whole list, and we're literally at the bottom of the list. And to me, this is the best argument for it. I also factored in essentially the marketing dollars, the business improvement district or the tourism district for these different locations. And even if you look at the right-hand column, again, it's a pretty similar story. We would be right in line with all these other places, even on the lower end of the list, if we did this increase. So I just figured I'd flash this up there one more time for us.
Jeff?
Thank you. I don't really have any comments past. We've had a few more than a couple of meetings on this, and I don't have any real comments to expand on what I've said in the past. This is just that this is my slight preference over the sales tax at this point, and I look forward to seeing what Hans and Bob write for, especially for those 300-word descriptions next month and looking at them.
All right. Bob?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add at this point. I mean, as Hans said, I have a lot of respect for our lodging community. I think they took the bull by the horns years ago and decided that they wanted to be in the marketing business and not have to be going through the city to do it. That's the right choice. City governments are not equipped to market the destination. And they decided to essentially assess themselves and really assess their customers to raise roughly $2 million a year that they use to market the destination. I just keep going back to the same thing, is that I think we're now over-marketed. And not speaking for the city or for the lodgers, but for the residents, I think we're just really tired of it. And I think there's it's a little bit of a tone deafness on the part of the lodgers as to the problem they're causing. I think there could have been a middle ground here, and there still could be. Why do they need $2 million, or why do you need $2 million a year to market the destination and not $1 million a year to market the destination? They seem to be very successful at $2 million. I remember a wise boss once told me that 50% of all the marketing dollars we spend are productive. I just don't know which 50%. And I don't think that's kind of true. I think they are, they make an argument that they are only marketing to put heads in beds. We're only marketing to people that are likely to stay in a hotel. We're not marketing to the day tripper. To which I say, I don't think that's possible. Show me your metrics, but if you create digital content goes where it wants to. It's kind of like water, and you can't direct it exactly where you want it. You can, your first salvo can perhaps be at that audience, but beyond that, it just goes and goes. I was watching the marathon on KSBW, and there was an ad for Visit Carmel. Well, KSBW is not the likely let's stay overnight audience. So I'm still open to that kind of a conversation, but I don't know that they are at this point in terms of kind of controlling the marketing. And at this point, I'm still very open to doing a TOT because our town is getting beat up, and we need to start fixing it. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that was well said. And I've had some discussions with them and floated some ideas, and it's been pushed off for future years, and I think we need to make decisions this year. So let's go out for public comment. Oh, we did? We're out discussion? I guess I'm getting hungry. Well, that's really good news. All right. All right. I think we've had
So just to be clear, Hans and Bob are going to work with the city attorney on not the 75-word ballot question to the extent you can, to the extent that he provides you with like the legal framework to do that, but also the 300-word arguments on this measure as well.
Yes, and I think they're very similar, so.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted,
Okay, and we already talked about the language, which I'm going to send you the latest version so you can work with the team to refine.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, good.
So in line with Councilmember Dramov's comment on the prior item, I think you might want to consider a motion so that the direction is
Do
clear.
you need anything on the TOT before we get back?
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment on, I know you guys are going to go write the 300 words, but I wanted to make a comment that when you, I think, were talking about the plethora of tax measures that are coming up, one of the things that you mentioned, which I thought which really got some wheels working in my head, was the CUSD bond measure. And that's a bond measure, a property tax measure. And I think it might be, for me, when I think about the difference between a bond measure and these tax measures, like that might be worth like 5 or 10 words. So I'll leave it to you to sort of figure it out. But those are really different animals. And I think moving away from that a little bit might be a useful strategy when you go back. That's what I wanted to say that during one of these meetings. Okay.
Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to suggest a motion unless somebody else wants to make it. I've been making notes on the various points you've made.
So is this on the TOT or is it on?
The TOT,
Okay,
start
go.
with the TOT.
Go ahead.
So the motion, whoever decides to make it, that I would suggest, would be that the city attorney would work with Councilmember Delves and Councilmember Buter with regards to the ballot question language, 1. 2 would be to work with them on the 300-word argument. I guess there's just 2 things. And the 300-word argument. And then to return to the council for further discussion at your meeting in June? Or did you want to have it teed up for action in June? Adoption of the resolution or just further discussion?
I think both. I mean, having it teed up for action if we wanted it.
Okay.
I'd like to tee it up for action.
We could tee it up for action and then not take action, right?
Okay, so then the motion would be, in addition to what I've already said, that it would return for adoption of the resolution, and council could also choose to have further discussion at that
Yeah,
time.
we should be prepared to take action.
Yes, it'll be prepared. The importance of that is that your agenda title needs to say what it is you could do. So that's the motion.
Okay.
I'll do that. So, are we done? Was there more? Okay.
I think that was it. We're looking for a
I'm
motion.
eager to do all these motions here.
We're
Yes.
looking for that motion.
So I think I took notes on all of it. So I'll make a motion that we have the city attorney work with council members Delves and Buter on the ballot language and 300-word argument and return to city council in June with the resolution for the ballot measure to be submitted to the city voters at the November 3rd, 2026 election, and we could take action at that meeting.
Second, anybody second? Got a second? Hans made a second.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Buter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
So now I think we need to return to the sales tax.
Yes, one more.
To the tax people too?
Not for TOT. You don't do that
Don't you on both of them?
No.
You don't? Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, let's back up now to the
So I
prior.
think Councilmember Dramov had suggested that on the sales tax, the motion was limited to just submitting the draft ordinance to the state for review in light of what we just did on the TOT. And since Councilmember Dramov seems to be on a roll here, perhaps she might want to make the motion as to
Sure.
what to do with the sales tax measure.
Thanks.
Well, there's no, yeah, never mind.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to provide direction to staff for a draft resolution and ordinance to be presented at the city council for consideration of adoption at the council meeting on June 2nd, 2026.
And did you also want to include in that the city attorney would work with Councilmember Delves
Sure.
and Buter on the ballot question and on the argument?
And have the city attorney work with council members Delves and Buter on the argument and the ballot language.
And submit the draft ordinance to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration.
Well, we voted on that part already.
Oh, we don't need to replace, we're just passing a second motion?
Yes.
I think so.
Just checking.
Yes.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Buter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I'm assuming that you'd like to take a break for dinner now, rather than starting with the second triannual budget report. And so we're going to break for dinner, and we'll be back in, what do you say, about 7? 7:05. 7:05. We'll be back at 7:05 for the very interesting budget report.
Reese, are we ready? Well, so-
All right, we're back in session. We're going to do item number 11, second triennial budget report, fiscal year 2025 to 26. We have Jamie giving the report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We are presenting the second look at the financial operating results for the fiscal year July 1, 25 to June 30, 26, and these numbers are as of February. What's the purpose of tonight? It's just to look at the 25-26 year and see how it's running. Some of our bigger revenues have started to come in now. We want to see how they're looking. And our expenditures running as we expected them to do. The last time we looked at this was as of October. Just to briefly touch on the fact we're doing it triennially instead of mid-year. So that's 3 times a year. Thus the second look, which covers 8 months of this fiscal year. Based on our initial review of the results from July 1 to February 28, the second 4 months of the year, we see that revenues are on track with the budget and the prior year. So this is the highlights right now. It's important to note that some tax revenues are not received until December, and budgets for revenues are more aggressive this year than they've been in prior years. Expenditures are also on track with the budget in the prior year. While there are a couple of adjustments, it doesn't appear to be necessary to make significant alterations to the budget plan as a whole. Overall, preliminary indications are that the city's actual performance will be in line with the anticipated budget. Looking at revenues. One of the things we do is we look here and we see that different revenues are collected at different times. So when you look at percentage received, one line to the next will be different based on the type of revenue it is. But there's another thing. We used to look at this as percentage received this year compared to the same percentage last year. But because we're being more aggressive in our budget numbers, those percentages won't be the same. If our budget was smaller in the past or more conservative, then we would seem to be getting more of it at a certain point in time. So if we take a look at this, generally, that's why I put the dollar amounts in. So as a percentage of budget, some of these things don't look like they're as far ahead as they were last year. But if you look at the actual dollars, you'll see that generally the actual dollars have increased one period over the same period the prior year. We do see some potential weaknesses in charges for services. We're at 57% of budget so far this year compared to 75% of budget last year. This weakness appears to be due to more aggressive budgeting. So we put a larger budget for revenue in place based on our anticipated activity. And the variances are occurring in forestry, building, and ambulance. The biggest amount is in ambulance. There's been some difficulties in getting the billing done for the ambulances after the conversion to the other system. We're in catch-up mode now, but we record that on a cash basis as we get it in. So if the bills went out late, the bills haven't come in yet, revenue is behind. We also had made some aggressive assumptions that our changes in management would be changes in staffing. And for a portion of this year, there was no change to ambulance. And then since that time, we haven't seen a significant change yet that we can identify in the number of runs, but we're still trying to get all those numbers together. So ambulance is behind, and that's really what's driving the variance in charges for services. So those potential weaknesses, though, have been offset by strength in property taxes, sales taxes, and transient occupancy taxes, the 3 major portions of revenue that we rely on. If we look at expenses, expenses generally occur evenly through the year. So we would have expected to have spent 67% of our annual budget as of February 28, just taking the year and dividing by 12. We see right away that all but 2 of the expense categories are less than the 67% run rate. Non-departmental and debt service show that almost the whole budget has been spent. But that's because those things are paid at the beginning of the year, so we're not too worried about that. So we can just kind of take those, say they're within budget, they're pretty much done, we're okay. Now, if we step back and go to the top of the chart, salaries and benefits is at 62% versus the budget timing of 67%. And it's basically in line with pace, but we'll also see that it's slightly ahead of last year's 53%, 62 versus 53. That's because we are more aggressive on our salary budget too, tighter on our salary budget. We used to leave a lot of room, so then it would look like we weren't spending our whole budget. Now we've trimmed it down, so this is exactly what we should be spending. And so if you're not seeing us exactly on that 67%, that's because we have live savings going on in how we're managing our staffing. The other thing up there that's important to look at is capital projects outlays. The capital project outlays at the bottom is at 32% versus 16%. Now, those things are in process right now. We, as you can tell by driving around town, we just don't have all the invoices in. So 32 is a bigger number compared to 16% of budget. We're getting a lot done, but there's also a lot of invoices we don't have. Quick look at positions. As of the end of February, the city had 8 positions to fill. Most of those positions will be filled by June 30. The offers have been extended, people are in background checks. Those positions are going away. Last year, there were actually more vacancies to fill at this time. The variances that does cause, though, does give us some savings, which is what we kind of saw on the prior page. What we're coming in tonight to talk about is we have a couple of adjustments identified now after 8 months. We're looking to make an adjustment to the budget to increase the expenditure amount for fire by $305,000, mostly due to increased vehicle maintenance costs associated with the city's outdated fleet, which is in the process of being replaced. There's also some overages due to reimbursements that we have to pay to the city of Monterey for overtime that their fire department works to help us out with the ambulance. Because remember, we didn't change the ambulance over right away, so they were helping us with staffing in the in-between time. And also there's incidentals that have increased, such as laundry and dispatching. So that's what that is in that fire of 305. City attorney of 140. Additional funds are needed for attorney costs due to extra hours incurred addressing telecommunications issues, as well as ballot measures and labor negotiations. And this is a projection to get us through to the end of the year, anticipating we're going to continue to run with some higher incurred salary cost or legal costs because we're busy with special things. This is just a forecast, though. We don't give them the money unless they actually work the hours. So it's just ahead of time. Just want to put that all out there. It's not a done deal. But the good news is that on the interest and investment earnings, we have the money to offset that. The city has worked hard to maximize interest earnings, including the use of new interest-bearing accounts to earn interest on all deposited funds. Interest earnings have exceeded the budget, therefore, and these unexpected revenues are sufficient to cover increased costs associated with fire and the city attorney.
Can I pause you on that slide? Thank you. When Jamie says the city has worked hard on that, Jamie means Jamie has worked hard on that. She has done a phenomenal job. I want to highlight that. And looking at how the city invests its money in the vehicles that we can invest it in. So good job, Jamie.
Thank you. But we're still just doing the simple stuff. Thank you. Conclusion. So in conclusion, looking at revenues collected and expenditures to date, the city appears to be tracking against its fiscal plan. Potential areas of deviation in revenues, such as charges for services, and expenditures, such as outside services, will be monitored. We're going to keep looking to see how those revenues are going. At this time, adjustments to fire and attorney expenditures and interest revenues are what we're requesting, and nothing else. Questions? Oh, I'm done. Are there questions?
I imagine there are. Thank you, Jamie. Nice job. Anybody have questions? Hans? Come on.
I have a super quick one. Can you go back to the FTE slide? Are you counting us as FTEs?
Yeah, you're working, right? You're right, that's
We're
true.
full-time
You are full,
equivalents.
it's funny, you are counted as a whole person, every one of you.
We do get
So,
paid.
but as far as
Do we?
actual hours work, we're not adding
Sort
that
of.
up. Yeah, there is no compensation associated with that 5.
Fascinating.
No material compensation associated with that 5.
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's sort of, in some ways, it kind of just overstates the employee count.
Well, to your point, you are in all of the charts and slides.
Yeah, it's an
and
artifact
numbers
of how we've always done
always.
it. So it's something we can
I
look
don't
at
think we
this
should do
year.
that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When people think about how many employees we have, I really don't think they're thinking about us and our
Good point.
37
That's a really good
cents.
point. Thank you.
Any other questions? I asked mine at the break, and it was about the investments, which seemed really good. And it turns out it's just really good. There's really
That's
not much
based
to
on
say about
realized,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just 125% of what we thought. So that's really good. Good job. Public comments?
Yes, I actually just had clarification questions because I couldn't hear Jamie. On the Public Works, you made some comment about why it was different than what was planned, and I didn't understand what you said. It was probably great, but I just didn't hear it.
Nova, maybe you want to bring back her presentation?
Is anybody online, Nova, before we answer?
There's nobody with their hands raised online, so I'll put the presentation back up.
Mayor, do you want to close public comment and then see if Jamie
Sure.
can answer the question?
Any other comments? No? Okay, Jamie, why don't you come back and answer the question if we can figure out what it was?
What I'm actually looking at is, I think, the main thing we looked at in the area of, where we mentioned forestry was revenue.
Was it capital outlay? Is that what you
I think perhaps Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps I think what it was is that Jamie was talking about the fact that, go to the next slide for me, please. That we're currently only at 32% spent. However, we do expect that that's more because there's a lot of work going on out there right now that we have not received invoices for. That's perhaps what you heard. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, bring it back for discussion.
Where do you think it'll be at the end of the year?
Jamie?
Make sure you speak in your mic.
Right now.
Do you hear the council member's question?
Yes.
Where do we think we'll be
At the end of the year, where are we going to be? So
Capital outlay, that's all I'm interested in.
So we're anticipating that we will have a similar carryover this year. And so what that means is to what we had carried over into this year. So we carried over about $3.5 million. Those are all done. We'll probably have another 3.5-ish that we might be carrying out. So, but I don't know, because I've been talking with project management about this right now. We're trying to refine that. So we'll know more in the next meeting or so.
So when you say we had $2.722 million in capital outlay from July to February, this is the last line on the chart, that doesn't include the carryover money that we've spent?
That does include the carryover money that we've spent. So we think,
Well, you
that's why we
just
think.
told me, I guess I misheard. So we had $3.5 million of carryover into the year, right? That's what I heard you say.
Correct.
Right? And you said we've spent all of that. So clearly we haven't spent all of that because this number here is $2.722 million, which is less than $3.5 million. So I'm trying to figure out.
That was an airtight syllogism, thank you.
So, so basically, remember, this is also as of February, so I'm kind of thinking in my, my April, May brain. So we have a lot of invoices coming in the months of March and April, because we don't get billed till after they've laid all the pavement out and we've made sure it's the right amount. So that doesn't get paid until we've inspected it. So all those tractors have been driving around are really expensive. And so we've been seeing those invoices now. So that's why I'm saying that I'm thinking June, so I'm looking at June 30. And so by June 30, we think all of that will have been realized and paid for and done. But there still will be some that aren't finished. So, but you're right, that's February 28. So we're probably still just finishing up winter planning.
I guess that's I guess that my question, I should have really been looking at Brandon, which is, are you having staffing issues in Public Works that is preventing you from spending all the money?
Well, this is why in the next budget year, we're recommending the new structure of our capital improvement team. And so we feel confident being able to execute our $8 to $9 million CIP next year.
So that was, the answer to my question is yes, you're having a problem, or?
Currently this year, that's why it's not getting done, yes. That's why in previous years as well, we haven't executed all of the planned CIP is because the staffing, we believe, was incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie. This is exactly why I like to see quarterly or every 4-month reporting, so that if it's a nothing, it's a nothing, right? We know that. And it really is just to check in, quick check in, to hear from you. How do you think we're doing? And always thinking ahead to June, always. And so it's exactly what I look for at this time of year, is for you to have this, but also be saying, I'm looking towards the end and here's how we think we will end up. And if we don't have, and are we gonna have any big variances? It also seemed like this time last year, there were a lot of invoices just sitting on desks. And there's, I know there's always a time lag, but that's also disrespectful to vendors. Do you think are we paying our vendors timely?
We have been working in recent months to try and reinforce good practices at managing the movement of invoices and not losing them. So to help get everybody trained to watch for them and keep them moving. Because they do kind of speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. So my understanding would be that there are a lot of them coming in after February.
But I will say, we have implemented over this last year using things like DocuSign much more when processing paperwork. And so it has helped a lot to speed up the paper being stuck on desks. I mean, just anecdotally, I haven't been getting calls. You know, last year, Chip and I were getting calls from people like, where the hell's my money? Not getting those calls this year for what that anecdote is worth.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, we want to be a good customer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Little steps. Good.
So I have a basic question, just tying into what Jeff was saying. So the 8.4 million capital outlay budget, that includes the 3.5 million that was carried forward?
No, I don't believe so. I believe
doesn't.
that is the current year's budget.
Okay, so I think what Jeff was getting at is how much are we actually going to do of the new capital that we decided we wanted to do this year?
And that's why, this is one of those things where I say, that's a good question, let me get back to you. But, you know, I do believe we are still planning on getting a significant part of that 8.4 done this year, that it's all happening right now. So, but I need to find out.
Plus the 3.5 that we carried forward.
Yeah.
Which would
All
really.
of the 3.5 is gonna be spent.
That would make that almost 12 million.
Yeah. So, and there will be some carried out. I know that for certain. So it's just a matter of how much.
I just want to be fair to the Public Works team because that number is pretty big compared to what we used to do. It's like more than twice as big.
Hey, I'm sorry, Jamie, I'll follow up. We had a conversation for exactly this reason, that our capital budget of 8.4 is this year's budget, but we also had 3 million that was from previous year budgets, which doesn't show up in the current budget. Going forward, will we include any carryover as current budget? Will we close out the year and move the new projects into the current budget?
So it's an interesting question. The question is what are we showing? The budget book shows you all the new ask, because we're talking about the new money that's being asked for. Because essentially, once you've approved it, that money is gone. And so to come back and ask you for it again is not something we want to do. But we do talk about it in the budget book, a little bit about fund balance, I believe.
Yeah, it's in fund balance.
And so
Maybe that's where
trying
it
to-
belongs, it's just
Trying to get that
misleading.
conversation out, because it's already gone. There's no mechanism to stop those or give the money back. So just count that like it's already gone.
So would it be nice?
One of the things I would, oh, sorry, go ahead.
You go.
One of the things I was gonna suggest, Matt, is it okay if I go?
Yes.
I don't want to lose, can I ask my question first?
Please, yeah.
I don't want to lose this question because, so Dale asked, so I'm looking at the $8.405 million. And so I thought that, and forgive me for, I don't have my budget in front of me. So did we come into the fiscal year with $8.405 million of capital work that we were going to do? Or did we come into the fiscal year with $12 million of capital work we were going to do?
12.
Don't,
12.
nodding is not the right answer. So, okay, so we came in with 12. So that was the source of the disconnect when you used that long word. When you used that long word before. So what would help me in understanding this chart, and I will ask you to do this next time, is that all of the first four lines on here from salaries to debt service are all current fiscal year. Like, it's easy to imagine that they're all fiscal year, but I'm confused, I was confused on the capital outlay. And I think there should be another line for last year's capital outlay that was carried forward. So I think you should track that, I think you should track that differently. And I would expect that number percent dispersed to go up to 100% at some point during the first or second one of these reviews over the year. Because that would clear up like the confusion that I had.
Likewise, if you take the disbursement side of it, is that disbursements only for items that we budgeted for this year, or does that include items you paid from the 3 million from last year?
That which was the source of my confusion before.
Well, and that's why I'm gonna make sure.
That was double confused in that case.
Yeah, let me make sure that that's correct, that should be all of the spending. So you're right,
Which
it's an
makes it even
apple and
more
an orange.
confusing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you
you're
really
right.
should probably say, here's how much we've spent of the 3.5 million that we had budgeted for last year, and here's how much we spent for projects this year, because that's really telling us that you're getting the things done that we wanted, that we made a decision to.
Yeah, so put it on 2 lines, and
Yeah.
basically we just show, here's last year's capital projects, budget, actual.
Yeah,
Here's
exactly.
this year's capital project,
Yeah.
budget, actual, and then you can see it.
Because then
Yeah,
you,
you're
then
right.
you see what's actually going on the
I mean,
ground.
we track it by project, I mean, we can tell you exactly what's
That's
happening
really
with every
good.
single one.
That's really good. Thanks for bringing that up, Jeff.
We don't.
Well, that actually, the other question I had was like, as part of these triennial reports, would it make sense to have something that just listed the CIP projects and just an update on kind of which ones have been done or where they're at?
Especially since that's the focus of our new spending.
Yeah, I mean, we totally could. I was just thinking, see, we kind of covered some of this, this was.
You already,
I already have it online.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and
But
this was.
I think
in-
to the
in
council member's point, we can make that, like, this is new cloth for us. Like, this is the first year we're doing this. This is great feedback. We'll just know next year, part of the triennial is the CIP and including the second line. So this is great. Thank you for the feedback.
Any other comments? All right,
Good.
great job.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Stewardship Committee and staff for
Yes.
for getting
Thank
us
you,
down this
everybody.
path.
We need to do resolution 2026-027.
So no, I'm gonna clarify that for you. So we brought the resolution in case there was any major changes, because we're gonna bring it back to you next month to actually adopt it. Today was just to receive a report and discussion, but that's an attachment in case we had to make any changes to it. So if we didn't make any major changes, it wouldn't require changing the resolution. If you notice, the action tonight is actually just to receive the
I did,
report.
I thought there was a disconnect between the staff report and
It's
the
just-
resolution.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so we'll come back next month for adoption. We should have
Okay.
explained that better.
Okay, I think that ends item 11. Brian, do you want to take us into closed session?
Yes, we have 2 closed sessions. One is the public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The title is Acting City Administrator. The second item is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are listed in the agenda, as is the employee organization.
All right, thank you. Any public comments? Go ahead.
Thank you for everything this evening. And Nancy Toomey again, and I would just like to offer my comments about your review of the acting city administrator. He's a good guy. We need what he does. We need his energy. We need his passion for this city, for making relationships that work, working through the difficult moments. And there have been difficult moments, for sure. And we're not always on the same page, but we can disagree civilly. Yes, balls get dropped occasionally, but he's got a really full plate. So I understand that and want to offer my personal support for his continued employment in this role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you for being here tonight. All right, so now we're going to recess into closed session, and we'll be terminating the Zoom session.